Alrighty, and welcome back to another episode of Wild Beyond the Witchlight, the Carnival cards. And yes, it has been a little while since we last played, but we ended on a good point. You arriving in the new realm of Yon after having wrapped up business with Bavlorna Blightstraw in in Hither. So you had delivered the paintings, you got your lost things, or at least attempted to, and you also managed to make a deal for Gloam, which is the little cat all stitched together that Nox had been so attached to. So you've got them with you as well. You've got Squirt, the oil can, who is now supposed to be a guide to Yon as well. And whilst you were in Hither and inside Avlorna's cottage, when you went to get your lost thing, Tarquin, you reached into that bronze frog statue and tumbled into its darkened maw, swallowed whole by the darkness. Nothing around you except your own inner thoughts. And as you called out, you heard an echo that began to kind of warp and shift into your own voice, having a conversation back and forth. Then that spotlight from above shone down out of the darkness, and you felt a large hand picking you up by your ears. And instead of coming out of the frog, you were pulled out of a top hat in the middle of a stage of glaring faces. And you looked around, and you saw this humanoid magician who was claiming to also be like Tarquin, a great magician. And you said why you were here, and you were here to get your pocket watch's key back. And they produced the key, but they said that's odd because I had lost a pocket watch some time ago as well, and both claiming to be the owner of either piece of one whole. You began to sort of try and prove who was the rightful owner, and so a series of riddles and tests to prove which one was the rightful owner began, and there was a back and forth between some of them. There was illusions you had to spot the real stopwatch. There was riddles with keys, and you got a little bit lost in the whole aspect of it being maybe a future you or an echo of you, and you thought perhaps this being a mirror of me, maybe the key riddle was reversed, and that there was no keyhole that matched your key. And in actual fact, there was no trick except the fact that you were looking from the wrong direction, you're from the wrong perspective, and at that point, the magician posed the idea that perhaps you are the echo, perhaps you are the reflection, and I am the real Tarquin. And to decide the final tiebreaker, you had a little performance, and you both pulled out all the stops to try and wow the crowd. And unfortunately, this guy, it seems like a master of his craft. Definitely has had more experience on the stage than you, it feels like. Maybe they really were a future you, or maybe they're an ideal of what you could become. In any case, it seems like the crowd sided with the human Tarquin, and they put the key into the lock of the stopwatch and winded it up. And it was as it was fully wound, you saw time reversing, almost like the hands themselves were clicking back, and you saw a reflection of yourself in the mirror on the stopwatch because the lid of the stopwatch had that little hand mirror in it, and in there you saw a reflection of yourself, but as a humanoid boy. And as time rewound, the stage, the illusions, the riddles, they all went backwards, and likewise you, instead of being pulled out of the hat, were placed back into it. And as you fell into the darkness once again, it all went blank, and your memories picked up with you being pulled out again, a hand, straw hand this time, kind of clambering you to safety, and out of the frog, instead of Tarquin the Herringon, Tarquin the human boy came tumbling out. And you fixed yourself, you fixed Clapperclaw back up, who had helped you, who like literally dived in after you. And before you went back down to the others, you had a conversation with April, who said that they they only ever tried to, give you an adventure and have you have fun rather than take something away that would hurt you. They tried to take away a memory of the mundane, perhaps, and give you a little bit of excitement in your life. So you were kind of left a little bit disappointed almost. The fact that you got your lost thing back felt like some of the magic had gone. And the others picked up on this, and as you were traveling back from hither to yon, um, a couple of the others spoke with you. I think who was it who had a long conversation? Was it Xaxx? Or was that someone else? Can't quite remember the exact details, but there was a lot of good roleplay on the way back to Yon, or sorry, towards Yon. And I think Xaxx and Solomon also had a deep conversation about pasts and identity, and about trying to look forward and trying to brace yourselves for the coming storm. And a storm it is, as you found yourself on a path that wended between rocky crags on the mountainside. The sky was dark and was full of roiling thunderclouds. And as Xaxx tried to fly up to get a better view and vantage point of the area, you were met with a howling wind. And for a second, lightning split the sky, and you were able to see a little bit of what was up ahead, but not before the actual strike knocked you out of the sky and you came tumbling back down. The only thing you could make out in that brief second was the illuminated distant pinnacles of rocks that had sort of foreboding shapes carved out of them. And you began to look for shelter, found a nearby cave underneath the actual Queen's Causeway, or at least a section of it. And as you hunkered down there for the night, there were some strange anomalies you encountered. Some sort of red magic in the air that you picked up on, Rodolfo. It seemed to be like an enchantment-like magic. And you could hear something was in the cave, a scuttling sound or a scraping sound. And you also found claw marks, very tiny ones, all over the walls and ceiling. And lastly, as you set up the tiny hut and began to make camp for the night, you began to see things outside. And I think Nox and Tarquin, you both spotted shapes staring back at you behind rocks. Figures, monstrous-looking figures with horns and ghastly-looking, kind of like claws. And just a quick, brief flash of lightning showed that they were trying to stay out of sight, perhaps hiding behind these rocks, watching you and waiting for you, perhaps to come back out of the cave. And they were like that the whole night. For hours, they watched you, and although you kept an eye on them, they didn't make much of a move on you. And so you finished the long rest, came to consciousness, and that's sort of where we left off, really. You're still staring out of the entrance of this cave at these figures, these shapes in the darkness. So, Carnival cards, what do you want to do?
Is it morning yet, or are we still in the night?
Morning is not quite something that exists within Brisbane, it
Ah,
seems.
of
You
course.
feel rested, but as you wake up, there is that kind of sense of how long have I been sleeping? What time of day it is? You're
Mm,
not 100% sure unless you were to say, look at the stopwatch, or actually, I think Xaxx has a stopwatch as well that normally tells the time.
I can check that. Yeah, I have my sand pocket watch.
It has indeed been at least 8 hours of rest, but the sky is still filled with dark, rolling clouds that seem to blot out the sun if there was one.
It's still raining.
Yeah, it is. The howling wind is outside, still kind of whistling through this cave.
Okay, I mean, we survived the night, so the creatures at the back were either intimidated by us or they are harmless. All the same, well, I want to move on, but the weather outside is frightful.
Yeah, and the fire here is pretty nice.
Delightful.
Oh yes, that's the word I was looking for.
Um, we could
We should probably check on
possibly.
Juniper though, because Juniper was outside of the hut, so we should probably just make sure that Juniper's okay.
Right, she was outside the hut, but she wasn't in the rain. But yes, I agree,
No,
and she's going to need to be fed.
Juniper and Cordelia were outside the hut, so we need to make
Mm.
sure that they're okay.
Also,
Yeah.
we could possibly scout further down the tunnels. Um, if we
Yeah.
wanted to stay inside, but then I'm afraid we'd wind up at some point leaving Cordelia behind, and I don't like that idea.
Well, I can go scout a little bit, and I can come back pretty quickly and just give you a report since I got the best vision in the dark.
Okay, don't get hurt, please.
I promise nothing. And I'll walk down the hall.
So you're going deeper into the cave, is that right?
Yeah, not super deep, but maybe let's try 100 feet.
Okay. Sure. You
I'll
come past. Go on.
Oh, and I'll go out to check on Juniper and Cordelia because
Okay.
Xaxx is right. We need to check on them, and I'll give one of my rations to Juniper so Juniper's not hungry.
All right. Cool. Mark it off. And it does seem like Juniper is fine. They were a little bit sleepy because you woke them up in the night to try and keep watch, and they actually fell back to sleep. I think they rolled really bad on their perception check, didn't they? To go back to see, yeah, they rolled like an 8, so they were just like lazy and went back to Snoozeville. Cordelia is unharmed and seems you can stir them awake as well. As you go deeper into the cave, though, Xaxx, you can see the same scratch marks and claw marks where Rodolfo had pointed them out earlier. And they do appear to be all over the ceiling, walls, and whatever they are, they have very good climbing capabilities. And it's as you're getting deeper in, you can make me another perception check.
Just in case. Yeah, I was gonna say just in case. I'm not gonna do it for this one, but I was gonna say just in case I do guidance on myself.
Yeah. Sure.
Just for in case something happens, but I'm not gonna use it for this perception check.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay.
There is stalagmites everywhere, and they seem to create like this forest of stone in this area. You can't quite see how far this goes, but it definitely goes deeper into the mountain. And if there was a way through this to where you want to try and get to, this might be just vast enough that ends up in another tunnel elsewhere, but you'd be going in sort of blind. You could get lost in this cave system. It does seem like it perhaps branches off, and you can see passageways high up and above as well, like little crawl spaces and tunnels. There's so many little places someone could hide in here as well, which is potentially dangerous if you was not with a big group. You could get ambushed from every side. But
I'm gonna
other
do a
than that,
quick smell test to see if it smells different down here than it does a little bit up. If there's any like hint of decay or
There's
something living down here or anything like that.
there's definitely a smell to the rock, like a different sort of sediment or earthly smell. It's also quite damp, so there's that moisture sort of smell, the smell of like rain that has reached into the cave somewhat from the wind spraying it in. Other than that, though, you don't smell anything that alerts you or alarms you out of the ordinary. Not at least with a 12. Though I did mention last time there was some weirdness to the rocks as well, where you would normally have like sediment layers kind of being like lines across the wall. There's more swirling patterns, almost like someone used a brush to sort of paint the layers of the walls in. That's how it kind of comes across. I think someone picked up on that last session, but you notice it as well. But nonetheless, the cave does indeed go much deeper. It's not just a dead end.
I will err on the side of caution against my better judgment and head back up to the group.
Okay.
And let's just fill them in on all that.
Yeah, sure.
So, I mean, we could keep going and end up maybe somewhere, or maybe dead. I don't know. Or we could take our chances outside in the rain and maybe try to find an outdoor path that we can sort of use more visually and get outside. But then we're out in the rain and whatnot. I don't know. What do you all think?
I mean,
Does this
going further into a mysterious cave in the hopes that there will be a maze that takes us to where we want to go seems kind of astronomically
know.
difficult.
Oh, yeah.
does this hut move? I mean, could we cast it around Cordelia?
It does
And
not.
It does not move, and now that I've
Ah,
left it, it's actually gone. Yeah.
Yeah.
okay. Well,
It's sort of sent. It has to stay in the one place, and I have to be within it the entire time for
okay.
it to stay active. Yeah.
Well,
But
if we
we
put you
cannot
in
cast it
Cordelia
yes.
and put all of us in
The
Cordelia,
main caveat is it has to be placed on the ground, and Cordelia does not count as ground.
Oh, there we go.
okay. Well, that was an idea. I was just, this is a really great hut. Thank you for casting this for us.
Hey, you're welcome. Yeah, Nox. There was some things outside in the rain, I guess.
There is. You can see some horned figures. Some of them have got like wings outstretched. Others look like they're long and spindly, like gangly limbs. But
Are they friendly? Do they look friendly? Hello. I'm the thaumaturgy to boom my voice, um, 3 times louder, and just say, "Hello out there, things that are
as you
watching us very clearly."
as you shout out into the storm, the only response you get is a flash of lightning, and that illuminates perhaps one of them in a more hostile pose, arms kind of like reared up with clawed hands outstretched.
Okay.
All right. Well, okay. So mysterious things outside, mysterious things inside. Uh-huh. And the mysterious things outside maybe will attack us, but they haven't yet. I mean, they could have attacked us through the night, but they didn't. And they seem to just be watching us. Maybe they're like
So,
protectors or guardians or something like that.
well, your stomach has led us into trouble, but it's also led us out of trouble. Which would you eat?
I
Well,
have
there's no food in either one.
Which way do we eat?
I have a possible better suggestion. Squirt,
Okay.
which way should we go?
Well, I mentioned about this last time. You can take the high road or the low road. The high road's kind of going to be difficult with the howling winds and rain, but you'll get a much better vantage point. You'll see where you're actually going. Or you can take your bet in the mines, which is you've got the shelter from the storm, but seems like there is something down here, and you're kind of going blind, so you're not going to really know which way you're going. You could end up coming out of anywhere. But
So it's also the low road is the tunnel here, the mines. Okay.
Okay. Other
I
question.
mean, there's other ways. So you got like the canyons up above, or you can try to skirt the canyons and basically sort of creep around the outside of Yarn, which there are walkways and paths that you can travel on foot, but it really depends where you're trying to get to. At the moment, you don't have a heading, so I guess you're trying to pick whichever's safest, right?
Yeah.
And that's difficult to determine as well. But yeah, you kind of got three ways really. And he's sort of suggesting one you can go all the way around the outside, one you can go straight into the tunnel, or you can climb up and kind of go over the top side, but through a canyon like top side rather than go around the outside.
I mean, I like going around the outside because it seems like we will avoid a lot of hassle and trouble. We can see what it is we're headed towards. I think visibility over blindness is an advantage, no?
Sure.
There is a certain amount of that, I agree. Yep. That's probably it. Okay.
Do you not agree? I'm willing
no.
to listen to other perspectives, but it
No,
seems...
but I do have one idea that I'd like to give a shot. Considering there's these creatures outside. Hey, creatures outside. Any of you work for Edlin Moongrave? I'm looking to audition.
There's no response from the creatures. They don't even seem to flinch at the name mention, the name drop.
How about you weird things in the cave?
Not much
How
response from that either.
How far away are the things outside the cave?
How far? Okay, so you went quite deep into the cave to get away from the spray, so that would be about 30 feet, and then we'll say another 30 feet from the cave entrance, so they're about 60 feet away. And they're
I'm gonna go
hiding
right.
behind rocks and boulders.
I'm gonna go right to the edge of the cave entrance
Okay.
I will join.
and see if
So
there's
the
any
cave
reaction from them.
There is none. No response, no reaction. They just seem to be partially obscured by the boulders.
I'm gonna step out another 10 feet towards them.
No response. No movement.
Another 10 feet.
You get
Ignore
close
that roll.
enough now.
That's just for my pie tray. The roll there.
Okay.
Okay, so 10 feet away now. I'll walk right up to one of them, whoever's the closest.
Close enough now to see that there is no color to these figures. They appear to be all completely grey. When you see a flash of light, you can see they are quite well detailed, but there is a section of them that are built out of the base of these boulders and stones. They've been shaped, and they just appear to be statues carved out of the boulders.
Oh. Well, that was sort of okay. Well, they were just statues. Okay. Well,
Yeah, they're just statues.
jeez.
So,
Can I touch one? Can I touch
just
one?
got-
Is it like they're not like made of rock and they move? They're just actually statues.
They are actually statues. Some of them appear like draconic, serpentine. Others look more like gargoyles. And one of them kind of has an almost uncanny resemblance to the Jabberwocky as well. But they do. I mean, at this point, you could probably roll like an Arcana check, because someone must have shaped the rock magically. Because you definitely didn't
Yeah.
hear any chisels or hammers throughout the night.
Yeah, I wanna check. Like, I also want to see if there's any way to know, like are there signs of construction? So are there chisel shapes? Are there errors?
Yeah.
Are there like I was gonna look for fingerprints in the clay, in the walls. Like, is there a way to tell if they were made by hands or if they just were creatures that turned into stone? There should be a difference in how they look.
Okay, funny you mentioned clay, because as you're looking over the stone and looking for signs of craftsmanship, you don't see any, but you do see a soft clay that seems to have been worked into the stone. And when you're realizing how quickly these must have been made without the tools, you realize this was definitely a spell, one called Stone Shape, that uses soft clay as a material component as well. It's a 4th level spell, so the DC was 14. So Rodolfo identifies this as a work of magic, transmutation magic specifically.
Okay. Well, it's stone shape at least, which is, I don't know if it's better or worse that it is made by a magical user versus,
Well,
creatures that just magically turn into stone. Because a thing
well,
that could turn them into stone is a scary thing, but
I mean, I'd say it's probably better, and what I think makes it interesting is clearly based on, because these some of these look like they're in quite combative poses and such, don't they?
Yeah,
They
they're all like intimidating and scary, looming.
and they
Yeah.
weren't here when we went to bed. They almost formed overnight, as it were, which almost suggests that they were formed to try to scare us into not leaving the cave, which makes me think that we should go another route.
I take the high road then.
The high road will get a bit wet, we'll get a bit blown about, we might risk
Well,
a little bit of lightning, but
it's as you begin to realize one by one that all of these figures were nothing more than statues, and the intimidating or trepidatious kind of atmosphere begins to ease up, and the fact that you're not being ambushed or there's no enemies waiting for you. At the sort of relief of this realization, the rain actually begins to ease up as well and peters out for over the course of like the next 30 seconds. You just see the clouds are still very stormy and loud, but they definitely stop pouring down with rain.
huh.
Ah, I got it. I'm gonna be very happy.
Yes. Just force yourself.
Just force myself to be happy.
I'm sure that you-
Rodolfo's
do
going
I
to be
have-
very pleased with himself that he was right, and he's going to just radiate smugness. Yeah.
So,
I'm gonna use command and command myself to be happy.
so we've got the high road and the canyon.
Fantastic.
I'm
Yeah, it looks
I'm
like
actually
the
gonna do
rain's
that though.
Well, we need to go high anyway, right? Because we need to go to the top of the mountains where the bird things are.
Yeah. Well,
I'll
Looks,
lead you to a switchback that gets you to the top there.
yeah, sounds good to
yeah.
me.
Okay, everyone ready? Let's
Yep.
set up.
Let's
Solomon,
go.
you awake? I mean, Nox? Oh, wait, it is Solomon, right? Yeah, I'm
No, it's
pretty sure.
Nox. It's
No,
not Nox. Not it. Nox is now here. Yeah.
it's a bit warmer than it was, so I'm gonna guess Nox is the one who's waking up.
Jamey?
Or is it the
Yes?
new one?
You're muted, by the way.
Oh, is it Summer? Hello, Summer.
Um,
No, what's Summer's name?
Helia?
What's Summer's name?
Helia?
Yeah.
Helia. Yeah.
Helia.
Hell yeah.
Hello. Sorry, I
It
was
is...
just eating. Yeah, I'll play Helia.
Oh,
Oh,
Why not?
excellent. Okay,
Why not?
cool.
okay.
It's almost
Oh,
as
it is
if
warmer.
they were summoned from the happy mood that everyone's trying to forcefully exude.
Hey guys.
Yes. There we go.
Hi.
What's
Hello?
Well,
Is this
Should I be quiet?
Is this the first time we've met, Helia?
It is. Is there any physical differences that we should be aware of?
Pretty much like the picture that I put in the art Discord. I
Yeah.
just need to kind of tone it down a little bit because it's very bright. Very, very
It's
bright.
Okay. Awesome. I'll
I see
try and get that.
It's very far
Stroganoff.
back. But
I found it. I'll try and post it into here. There, that worked.
Oh, there we go. Oh, there we go. Okay.
She is very bright.
She
She's
looks
like
like a My Little Pony character.
Friendship is magic.
like radiating, glowing. The whole cave is lit up from the. It seems.
It's like imagine the hottest summer's day ever. Disadvantage on stealth, as Jamie's
Yeah,
just said.
maybe.
Yes, but if you're radiating warmth, does that mean we could stand next to you and feel warm again?
Yeah.
Yeah, for
There's some of
sure.
the steam is like
Mm.
coming off of Xaxx's scales because he just stepped outside of the rain. Yeah.
Alright. Okay, so,
Well, Helia, it's really nice to meet you. We're really, really happy to have you with us.
Do you know who we are?
Nox kind of gave me a rundown of everyone. And also thanks for saving me.
This time, who are we? Who are we? What do you know?
Right, so you're Zamp. That
Correct.
one over there is Tampy? Oh, hold on a second. I'm just trying to think. You are Rodney.
Close, yes.
Said there was a bunny rabbit.
yeah, that
But
used to be me.
Oh, you're the one that she called Tarky.
Honestly,
Right.
that kind of works, yeah.
Instead of a bunny rabbit, you see this new figure standing there.
Ew. And I think that's everyone, right?
Don't forget me. Clapper claws sort of waves.
Yeah, that's the one that she made sure to like mention because of the whole really metal
Oh yeah, do you like my new
AF. I like
my
your
new
skull.
hat? Yeah.
Oh, and your cat's around here somewhere.
I have a cat.
Yes. Her name is
Oh.
Gloom.
Oh, that makes me so happy. Do you have any
Deal.
cat treats?
You know,
I mean,
I'm not sure that Gloom eats cat treats. Does she? Have you noticed this, Rodolfo or Xaxx or Tarquin?
I mean, to be honest, the cat is I think a little bit undead.
Where did you get a cat?
So,
That, I suppose that must have
Well-
happened whilst I was in the frog.
Yeah, you were off doing things, and we negotiated. We got a cat. We bought a cat.
Yeah, we got a cat,
Yeah.
apparently.
Hope you got a good deal for it.
I'm gonna try offering the cat a little bit of jerky.
Tarquin, I
Okay.
guess I might as well admit that I traded the dragon horn that you carved so nicely for the cat to make Nox happy.
No, that's fine, you know. It was...
Okay.
We'll just have to kill another dragon. I mean, we'll
Okay.
we'll kill a bigger one next time so you can have a bigger horn.
I think
No,
that's
it's a pretty
right.
small
Thank
dragon,
you.
so every dragon would be bigger than that one.
Yeah.
That was like a turtle-sized dragon.
Yeah.
So make me an animal handling check then, Rodolfo.
Okay. Uh-huh. Do.
If you can coax its memories. It seems perhaps out of maybe, like I say, some sort of old memory of it eating, perhaps when it was alive, it does immediately come over and start nibbling out of your hand the piece of jerky. But as it swallows it, you sort of hear just a thud, and then a sort of puff of dust comes out of its mouth, almost like it just fell into an empty cavity inside of itself.
Mm. Did you? Is it purring? Did you at least like that, little kitty?
It coughs up and tries to purr at first, and there is a semblance of purr, but then it immediately just devolves into a cough, and more dust sort of comes out, which is
Okay,
great
well.
because it dries the immediate area around you.
Okay, I'll pet the cat anyway, and so all right, you tried your best. Excellent.
Yeah.
Yes, Helia, this is Nox's cat, but I don't know if you want to take principal maintenance care. I think it. Actually, Can I try casting mending on some of the stitches? See if I can make it a little bit look less mangy.
That's fantastic. Yeah, the little glass eye gets put back into its socket more, so instead of it being bulging out. All of its stitching is tightened up, and you definitely see parts of the fluff kind of get put back in. It looks way better now. Like it looks like it could pass for a cat. Some of its flea-bitten fur is cleaned up. Some of its ears, where it's got like holes bitten out of it. Maybe those moths did a number on it. But even those ears sort of seem to be preened up.
Oh, excellent! Cats are very good for looking after vermin and acting as a kind of alarm system. Very useful. You can
Who
call
made
it the
think-
the
outside
alarm
places.
spell?
Oh yeah, even its like bent, misshapen tail straightens out. Looks much more healthy.
Nice.
Like a feral cat.
Yeah. All right. So, all right, lads, follow me, everyone. Squirt begins to sort of bounce up and down on the ground. Clapperclaw picks them up, and lets them point the way. So, yeah, around and outside the cave you come, climbing to the very tops of the canyon wall via a switchback, which is just a path that kind of, like as the name suggests, switches back in itself and zigzags upwards, very steep as you ascend to the top of Yon. And as you get closer and closer to the sky, the roiling clouds that are just sort of looming overhead threaten to perhaps strike down at you all. But it's in fact, who would be at the top? Who would be at the front? I guess it would be Clapperclaw, wouldn't it? Leading the way with Squirt. So as Clapperclaw crests the top of the plateau and holds up Squirt to look around, here's a tin can, and so you'd expect him to be like almost like a mini lightning rod. And sure enough, a streak of light erupts from the darkness and forks down towards Clapperclaw, and Clapperclaw like dives for cover, and you can see the lightning bolt veering straight towards poor Squirt. And it's at that point I need Xaxx to make me a dexterity saving throw. Mid-air, you see the direction of the bolt completely zigzag and go straight towards Xaxx instead. And they've only just got to the top as well, just after the tin can. Fortunately, though, Xaxx, you sort of see this coming because it's coming not just downwards in a downward direction, but also straight towards you and into your face. And you're able to sort of duck behind the precipice and see the lightning bolt sort of veer out and arc over the edge and just sort of disperses into the air.
That's okay. I'm still happy. Happy thoughts. Think
You're
happy
good.
thoughts.
I mean, if
Think
anything,
happy
it
thoughts.
shows someone out there likes you. I mean, they directed a lightning bolt at you. That's fairly impressive skill.
Or somebody's paying attention to me for
Yeah.
because it was not going towards me at first, and then whew, it was, and faster than lightning. That's my new nickname. CEO of Dragon Incorporated and faster than lightning.
Sounds like
Oh,
that should be the slogan of your like mail delivery service. Faster than
I
lightning.
should start a. Yeah,
Or
yeah, that sounds
maybe
good.
how quickly you process insurance claims faster than lightning. I don't know. Sounds like a slogan.
Claims in the flash of a something, in the speed of light claims adjustment, something.
Yeah.
Okay, well, we'll figure that out.
Yeah.
Can I poke my head back out and
Yeah.
see if it'll lightning again?
It seems as though the storm has passed over for the time being. You are able to
Step
poke
out.
your head back out with any sudden strikes.
All right. I guess we keep going. Just
Okay.
everybody be aware that you may be struck with lightning at any time.
Does the
But probably
storm that seems to have moved away look familiar at all?
Does it look familiar? How so? Familiar to something?
Well, because one air balloon we saw seemed to be a living lightning storm at one point. So I was wondering if it
Okay.
looked anything like that.
You're keeping an eye out for that, but the storm is so vast and fills the whole sky from here to the horizon that it would be like trying to find a needle in a haystack. But you're keeping your eye out for maybe any low-hanging baskets or metal wires. But at the moment, doesn't seem like there's anything like that.
Hey, guys, do y'all know if this weather is normal for this land we're traveling through? I mean, we've been through a swampy swamp and a deep, dark forest. It's maybe we're going through a rain land or
it's probably
storm
part of
land.
the corruption, right? Every place we went to had like
Right.
a corruption of the natural state. So maybe maybe it's like a nighttime place. I think it was supposed to be a nighttime place, and then the storm is just like that part of that corruption, right?
You're saying it was a dark and stormy night?
Yeah, so
Yeah.
it almost seems like it would be the ideal start to some form of theatrical performance, which we've got to remember that's what Moongrave is to some extent. Then be a
All
lot
right,
more.
she's the theater. She's the theater. Oh, jeez. I was more of a behind the scenes type of person, making sure that everybody's costumes were ready, making sure that the thing went up, the curtain went up.
The toy maker, the director, and the honestly, I have no and the life stitcher, I guess. I don't know. Not
I
sure
mean,
what you.
personally, I
makes
prefer
the
to be
audience.
the critic in the audience. I don't know if there's a role for that here. So
Well,
we'll see how well the witch takes to, theater encouragement.
Yeah. Well, we have a couple of plans
You're a
in
critic.
mind.
You're Rodolfo. You can be the critic.
Yeah.
Yes, well, sometimes a playwright's reaction to a critic is not always positive, but that is the purpose that we serve.
Oh, hey, look at that. There's a yellow star thingy.
There is a rather large pylon up ahead as you're coming around the mountain. There is something of a massive hole, and at the end of it, there is the shape of a star, or maybe the sun. It looks yellow, I guess, in kind of color, metallic. So I guess more sun-like than anything. Those with some understanding of metals would probably realize what kind of metal that actually is. Passive intelligence? Who's got the highest?
Definitely not me.
Not me.
Rodolfo, maybe?
My intelligence is. I've got 14 intelligence. I don't know.
Yeah. Okay.
Helia, do
Sure.
you recognize that? That looks like something from Summer to me. Is
I
that
mean,
something?
it looks like a lightning rod to me.
It
Hmm.
looks like a sun.
Yes.
That
It looks like a.
that's it.
Does it look
s-
like a piece of like a prop, like a theater prop?
It looks much larger and well constructed to be a prop. It doesn't look like it's cardboard or wood. The metallic sheen with the rain kind of running down it shows that it's more like what Xaxx kind of guessed. And sure enough, as you're watching it for just a brief moment, a long line of lightning streaks down and connects straight to the tip of the top kind of ray of the sun. The electricity disperses all over the head, and then sort of runs down the actual pole itself.
I mean,
It's maybe it's like collecting the electricity to charge a battery or something. I don't know.
could
Or maybe
be.
it's just preventing
What-
like things on the road from getting hit by
It
lightning
might.
because
Well,
it
if there's a
goes to.
lightning rod, then there might be something nearby that's being protected, as you said. So might be worth
Yeah.
heading that way. And also getting
Like-
close to that means the lightning is going to hit that and not us, in theory.
In
Well,
theory,
should we ask our guide if our guide knows what this is?
Oh, I've seen a few of these around. There's quite a lot. They're just scattered around the highest peak. And being made of tin, I know my metals, and that thing is definitely made of copper, which is a conductive metal. So it's definitely built for a purpose. Like Xaxx
there's
says,
music. There's music nearby.
there is.
He said,
Well, he said it's conductive.
Oh no, no, that kind. I mean, it attracts lightning, like you said.
Oh, got
well,
it.
let's head towards it because it should be safer at least. And and that looks like it would skirt round anyway.
Yeah, I'll drag you to the map. Yeah, that's it. As you get closer and closer, you realize that the height of this thing is massive. It keeps going, climbing higher. Probably about 30 feet tall. And let's see, do I need to drag some tokens on for you to
Yeah.
see anything? Okay.
I can't see. It says I don't own a token that can see on
Yeah.
this map.
That'll be because you
too.
need
Oh,
this,
there we go.
this.
There I
There's a lot of you.
am.
I'll put knock.
Hey, that still got me as a small token. I should be medium now.
Oh yeah, you should, right? Well, I mean, yeah, you can change that, I think.
Oh, it's set to medium on my sheet. So I don't know why it dragged me out small. Let me just try redragging myself out. No, for some reason it's dragging me out small. Don't know why.
We'll change that for you. Oh, you know why? It's not the size of the token, it's the scale. Change it back to 1.
Ah,
What else? Walking wagon, yeah. And let's not forget
so big.
Soaping, yeah.
Oh, so piggy
So
with
many
us too. Oh my
NPCs.
god.
Yeah.
So many people with us.
And then finally, there's another
Oil
one.
can,
I've got a squirt.
Oilkin's on there. Squirt's on there.
Clapperclaw.
It's
Clapperclaw's on
frog.
there.
Is
Juniper.
Morgort still here?
Morgort. There we
Morgoth's
go.
with us too. Yeah.
There we go. God. All right. I'm gonna say Clapperclaw is holding squirt. Makes that easy. You got Morgort at the back with Soapig, and Soapig seems to be skipping along, and she
Where's
notices
Juniper?
Juniper flipping. Any more NPCs? Right, there we go. Everyone's here. All right.
Wendy? Is
Hi.
Wendy with us?
No, don't start. Here, have a cultist. How about that instead?
Oh.
All right. No, anyway. Have a swarm of beetles. Anyway. So as you're approaching the lightning rod, yeah, it's about 30 feet tall and topped with about 10-foot diameter symbol of the sun.
Oh, it's
And
there. Oh.
you can see another blast of lightning streak down, and this time it seems to like connect, almost like you've seen Rodolfo's witch bolt attempt to do. this campaign. I don't think it actually ever worked once, but still, in this case, you definitely see it almost like a witch bolt, just a connection from the sky to this rod, just continually blasting down lightning, roaring it from the clouds, drinking in its energy.
Okay, that's weird, right?
Hmm.
Absolutely is, yeah.
Yeah. Any
Is there any symbols, like identifiable sigil or something that we can recognize who might have put it here?
There doesn't appear to be, other than the fact that it represents a sun. There's no other symbology or
I mean,
carvings on it.
the fact it is a sun might be the symbology in itself. After all, when the sun rises, that'd be the moon going to its grave in a weird way.
So
The sun
Oh,
might be Moongrave's
is it-
symbol in an odd way.
I have seen one which was a moon, Squirt says.
you
There's
saw a
multiple
sun which
of
was a
them.
moon? Or,
No, a
Maybe-
lightning rod that was a moon, I think, maybe.
That's
or
right.
maybe Moongrave being representing the moon and hates the sun, and that's why the lightning is always attacking the sun.
Maybe.
I think it's probably just like celestial bodies thing more than active hate for the sun.
I mean,
Because this is doing it's doing something.
I mean, we're
It's not just
also,
random.
to some extent, making the assumption that these were built by Moongrave and weren't here before.
Right.
Well, we
It
don't
may
know
be-
anyone associated with the sun. We just know people associated with the moon.
Yeah, but I'm just
maybe they're stealing the power of the sun. That's why we are under a perpetual storm.
Maybe.
Maybe they've changed
I'm
the
gonna climb
magnet.
down. I guess this is down and get a little closer.
Okay, that is quite dangerous to get close to the edge, but you can go steadily down onto this ledge right here with no issue. There is a sign of what was once maybe a tree, but it's just the bare roots now, almost as if the top half has been reduced to complete ash, and the skeletal understructure is the only thing left. And you can sort of use that as a makeshift ladder to sort of climb down the broken branches and such.
Xaxx, do you want to tie a rope around you so we can pull you up if necessary?
Oh, that might be a good idea. Yeah. Let me tie a rope. Do I have rope?
I've got
We've
rope
all got
you can
rope.
borrow.
Yeah, everyone's got
I think I
rope.
do. I think I do.
If you've got it in, if you've got an adventurer's pack or explorer's pack, yeah, you've got one.
I think I got rid of I might have gotten rid of my rope doing something else. Though I might have given somebody my rope, so I don't have any rope.
Well, Tanwen throws you down one then, and
Okay, I'll tie it around my waist.
Okay.
As you got closer, yeah, you can see the structure is pretty well crafted, and you can see the end of the shaft kind of goes into the stone and out of sight.
I guess I don't really want to touch the rod, right?
No.
That's probably a bad idea, everybody.
I concur.
You said
Yeah,
it's
don't-
going into the ground, right?
That's right.
I mean, it could be being used to power mining equipment or something, maybe, if there's mines.
But what's happened with the trees? The trees are all dead here.
It looks like they got
Well,
hit by lightning, which
yeah.
which may be how
Wow.
they knew where to build this, because it was getting struck here so much.
The ranger would like to roll a nature check, I guess, to see if I know anything more about the dead trees.
Yeah, you can roll nature.
Okay.
Okay, that's.
Rolled that as juniper, so...
Oh yeah.
I did?
And they,
I am
yeah.
so sorry.
So,
Hang
it'll,
on.
so
No,
it'll
that's all right.
actually be a 22, not a 14.
Okay, 22 is much better. Juniper doesn't know, but you definitely do, Tanwen.
So sorry.
That's all right. So, looking over the trees, there is not just signs of lightning scorching the bark, but also just a general sense of these rotted long before they were struck. You can see where they've decayed over time. If they were killed by the lightning, there'd be, I guess, more evidence of charred bark and branches. But what you're looking at is sort of just the remnants of a dead tree, and there are occasional scorch marks on it, but it's not like it. You can tell with the 22, it didn't die from a lightning strike and burning away. It looks like it shrunk down. It looks like the roots have withered before, long before they were ever struck by lightning.
I don't know what this means, but and then I'll share that my insight with
I
everybody.
mean, this may be just coming from the perspective of a farmer, but you know, if trees don't have light, they will wither away.
That is true.
There's not a lot of sunlight around here.
And if whatever this contraption is designed to steal the sunlight and power the storm, that would make a lot of sense.
So we get rid of the thing. We take it out of the ground, and then the lightning can roam free, and the storm can dissipate a little bit, maybe, and the trees can return.
I want to say yes, but there's another part of me that's worried that my guess is totally wrong.
I mean, if we get rid of this thing, my fear would be that the lightning would be free to land anywhere. I mean, this is a lot of lightning for one storm.
Yeah, I feel it's probably better to just keep it there for now and just move on, and at least we know there's some protection.
What if we try? What if we tried to hit it with something, and just to see how it reacted?
We could be releasing all the energy, though, that's stored in this and causing an explosion of intense magnitude. And we're on the edge of a cliff.
Hey, Xaxx, if you look down into where it's buried in the ground, is there any can you see? Is it connected to a wire or some metal or a rock, a person?
Let me take a look.
Wait.
Well,
Before you go anywhere, Xaxx, you don't have a shadow.
What do you mean he doesn't
What
have
do
a
you mean I
shadow?
don't have a shadow? What do you mean I don't have a shadow?
Well, there's all of this lightning around, which should be casting, which should make you cast a shadow. You're not casting a shadow.
Everyone notices it.
Yeah, I noticed this a while back.
Am I the only one that doesn't have a shadow?
You look around behind you, Xaxx, and the sparking lightning behind you would definitely shoot a shadow onto the floor in front of you now. Helia has one. Tarquin has one. Actually, I guess Helia, because they're glowing quite a lot of light, they don't really have one. But you do see occasional flashes where the lightning is brighter than Helia's ambient glow, and that does show a shadow. Everyone else up on the ridge definitely has one as well. You're the only one without a shadow.
Fucking obscurity. Okay.
I don't know what that means, but
Do you know why you don't have a shadow? That's awfully weird, you know.
Has he
The
had a
only
shadow
thing-
before this point? Thinking back,
I don't remember noticing.
Never
You're
paid that much attention, guys.
It's sort of hard to remember if you had seen one or not, right? It's never something you really would pay attention to if someone had a shadow or not, especially since you've been in kind of dark and gloomy places. But with the stark, bright flashes, this is where it's now become perhaps the most obvious if you had seen it before.
So even when we were back in the carnival, we didn't notice.
No, you're not necessarily sure. I'm just gonna chalk that up to you can't really remember. whether Xaxx had one or not. But here, it's now definitely obvious. And speaking of obvious, Xaxx, you hear a voice somewhere echoing across the mountains. But as it does, it almost feels like it's echoing within your own skull as well. It's almost like a vast telepathic communication is just tuned in onto your ears, your horns like antennas. And then you hear her. You should be careful about saying names. You might just summon me. This is, after all, our realm. And it is
Fuck you,
definitely the voice.
obscurity. I am going to kill you when I find you. You know that, right?
Kill me. Well, I was never alive to begin with, really.
I'll kill you again. I'll make sure you stay away. Give me my ship back.
You knew. You broke the rules. No ticket. No pass. Everyone else starts to see that there is a shadow forming, but it's not in front of Xaxx. Sorry, behind Xaxx, where you would see the light. It sort of appears rather in front of him instead, and it sort of appears out of the smoke and darkened clouds that sort of roil together and form into this shape. And it is 100% the same person that Xaxx had described. A acrobatic-looking figure with a moon-shaped crescent mask.
Do I see obscurity in front of me?
You do, but they are sort of, again, like a smoky-like form of shadow and cloud.
I'm gonna shoot guiding bolt at her.
Okay. Go right ahead. Fire a guiding bolt at targeting her. She says, "So predictable. I knew you would lose your temper the moment you saw me." Go ahead. Fire. Oh, 13 would normally hit her. Oh, this cloud instantly disperses. The light completely vanquishes it, and it keeps going. Xaxx, the light is so strong that it pushes through, piercing that shadow, and strikes against the pylon behind. And as it does, you see this electricity, instead of being pulled into the pylon, suddenly a reversal of polarities, perhaps, and the lightning shoots out and arcs in every which direction. Unfortunately for you, you're the closest, and suddenly you see it spin round and arc towards you, and I need you to make another dexterity save. That one is a fail this time, and you take roll. Well, there's a lot of it here. It's not it's not like a single lightning bolt. It's the pent up charged lightning rod, so it does quite a decent chunk more. That's a decent. Oh my god, that's exactly your hit points.
I'm unconscious.
You are. This lightning seems to just strike Xaxx. All of this pent up lightning is directed right back at him. It's almost like an entire storm's worth of lightning strikes him at once, and you see him fly backwards from the charge, almost into Helia.
He as he's like moving toward me, I see that he's like gone down. I'm gonna healing word him, and say, "Come on, get off."
Okay.
I need to actually target him. Here we go. It's not a lot, but at least it's honest. We're
7, nice. Okay, 7's much better than 0.
yeah.
Xaxx, you
Yeah,
feel
I'm not gonna die
exhausted
today.
from the blast. I don't know if you ever experienced an electrocution, but it's actually almost like sapping. It feels like you've had your wind taken out of you. You can barely stand. Your legs feel like jelly, and everything is in agony.
I'm just gonna.
What happened to obscurity? I don't see them anymore.
She got dispersed, like instantly.
It was a
poof.
fake obscurity.
Hmm.
It wasn't the real one. I'm just gonna back up into here and just sit against the wall.
Are you okay?
Is there anything we can do?
She knew that I would attack as soon as I saw her. And so she made me hit nothing and essentially target the lightning rod,
Hmm.
which almost killed me.
Okay, so they want the lightning rod destroyed. That proves it has to stay in place.
No, I'm not sure if necessarily they wanted it destroyed. I think they just knew that
They might have used it just to hurt Xaxx here. Hmm.
The lightning rod does actually appear to have taken some damage as well. When it struck it, we'll say like one of the rays, the points, has broken off and fell away into the darkness of the canyon below.
Oh. Okay. I still don't know what to make of this thing. But maybe we just leave it. It seems to be a distraction. We have no way of knowing what it is or what it is for.
Well, hang on. How far down is the ray that broke off? I mean,
It
is
fell
it
all the way down into the nothingness. Like
okay?
to retrieve that, you'd have to scale down the canyon and find a way back up. Yeah, it clattered and clanged down, bouncing off of rocks all the way.
How deep does this canyon appear to be?
Well, this thing, you guys, are about 30 feet high. Probably at least 250 feet. Probably more. It might just be to the next plateau. And then it might get deeper in.
I could get down, but getting back up would be tricky.
Is it something Juniper can do?
I don't
no.
think it's worth it, but
Well, I was just thinking, this is obviously an important thing. They directed the bolt at Xaxx, and we broke this.
I mean,
Do
they're
we need
they're
to-
after me.
Yeah.
You guys haven't noticed, like the lightning. I've been hit twice, and almost a third time that was directed at me. Like they're attacking me.
I think we need to find this obscurity then.
Okay.
We need to, because clearly that one was a fake. Like, I don't think the real one would go down that easily.
It's a shadow of a
No.
shadow.
It was
Yeah,
a trick.
shadowception.
She Loki'd me.
Did.
So I definitely think we should find this thing and nip this in the bud.
I didn't even get to say hi. Next time, Xaxx, let me at least say hi to Obscurity, please.
I said hi in my own way.
Yeah. Well,
April, do you know where Obscurity lives? I mean, does she live with Witch?
I'm not April. I'm Sopic.
Oh, sorry, so big. Sorry.
She lives with.
No,
she
you're
lives with
not April either, though.
Well, I'm gonna pretend I didn't hear it. So anyway, she lives in Motherhorn. It's with with Bitter End.
Do you know why she would want to hurt our friend here?
Well, it looked to me like she didn't hurt anyone. The only person that hurt Xaxx was Xaxx.
I mean, I suppose that's technically true, but
He's definitely tormenting him, though.
Yes.
Kind of mean. But that was
why does she torment people? Is it a game that she plays? Like you were playing a game?
I wouldn't say I was playing a game. Well, sometimes I play games. Obscurity. Me and April, we don't talk to her as much. She's definitely colder and more distant than us. We're friendly, but she's got a mean streak, and she's
Yeah.
definitely got creepier over the years as well. She's kind of speaks with that weird ethereal voice.
What do you mean? She didn't always act the same?
She used to find beauty in certain things, in people, promising futures, that sort of thing. But she became maybe a bit obsessed over them. Started taking them away from people. And then she
Taking
became obsessed with people's past. Future, past. She shrugs. I don't know what her game is now, but she seems to have gone a bit rogue. You know? We used to stick to just stealing things. Like, toys, or maybe something funny, like someone's sense of fashion. She steals dark things.
Is it because she is working with Endelyn Moongrave? Or is this something that she does by herself? Can you tell?
Think she's, like I say, maybe a bit rogue. Endelyn doesn't really have a particular thing that she wants people to steal. She just has that deal with everyone that you're allowed to steal something. They kind of leave it up to us, thieves, to steal what we like. So I think she's gone off on a. She's being very liberal with what she steals. That's for sure.
If you wanted to, could you steal someone's past or their memory time like that? Seems to be a particular ability.
She sort of scratches her head. I'm not gonna pretend I understand it. It's one of the few things that makes obscurity creepy. But I guess that might be a product of Bitter End. Like that's what Bitter End does too.
What is bitter end?
Bitter End,
and Endelyn. Bitter Endelyn.
yeah,
Ah. Oh.
yeah. That's just another name. A lot of people have different names for her, but she's known to be stealing. She's known to steal people's potential.
You know, I'm
Okay.
Xaxx.
I
You, from what we understand at least, it was your memories that were stolen from you, right? You can't remember your past much. Is that right? Or is it more something else?
Xaxx? You might still be stunned from the electrocution.
Well, does for the rest of us, does this change what our plan is? Our plan is to see Endelyn Moongrave and find Alagorn and
Yeah. Part of the plan is to disrupt the theatrical performance. That's
Hmm.
what Soapig wants to do.
I think you might be cutting out a little bit, Xaxx. Can't quite hear him, but I'll fill in some details. Yes, it was his past memories that were stolen. And importantly, he was completely isolated when he had them stolen. I mean, obviously everyone was alone when they got stolen, but Soapig also chimes in and says, "Oh yeah, she does that. She sneaks on people when they're most vulnerable or alone. I mean, I'll hold my hands up. I did steal Nox when she was all alone in the mirror maze, but I guess she wasn't totally alone. She was after, what's oh yeah, the halfling.
Yeah.
Um, But other people's stuff was stolen right in the open.
No, she
Obscurity goes for people who are like on their own. Again, she's creepy
Yeah.
like that.
I was behind a one of the tents, one of the carnival tents when it happened.
I'm just wondering if, because with some of the other things, like what happened to you, Helia, there was obviously some sort of physical representation of your loss in the form of the mask. I'm wondering if for Xaxx, if the manifestation of his loss, and we just haven't noticed, was the shadow, because it's almost like an impression of yourself. As the light passes through you, it casts the shadow, and I'm wondering if, or maybe that's just Obscurity's trademark, like the shadow gets taken as part of it.
Maybe it's a combination. I think a lot of Obscurity's trademark tends to be shadows. Like I was chasing a shadow that day, and it ended up being Obscurity. So maybe when she took my memories, then she also took my shadow. Maybe that's what the when Nox found Helia, it's kind of an intangible thing, but it ended up being a tangible mask.
Yes.
Maybe I need to find my shadow.
Well, I have an odd theory. Soapig, you said as that Obscurity's been changing over time, right? She wasn't always like this.
Right.
She had a fascination in the future, a fascination in the past, and then slowly she's just become more
creepy.
Yeah. I'm wondering if it's maybe the stealing that's done it. Like, as she stole Xaxx's past, maybe she has just almost like a fascination with the past and the future, because she is, as she said, never really been alive. So maybe she's trying to understand life. But perhaps as she gains this understanding, it just makes her more upset because it's stuff she can't have.
So big, kind of like staring at you with a bit of a vacant stare. Yeah, that makes sense. She goes back to licking her lollipop.
I'm just musing on things. I'm honestly tempted to try to melt this lightning rod. Tempted.
Morgoth's like, well, if I may, it is like your shadow is always behind you, sort of. Maybe it is, like you said, Xaxx, a manifestation of your past. If we spot something that looks like you, we will
If you
try
see,
to grab it.
a dragon-shaped shadow dancing around anywhere, let me know.
Unless it is a natural dragon above us, I will try to snatch it up. How do you capture a
Okay.
shadow? Is that even possible?
I mean,
that's a good question.
I mean, how do you capture a 1/4 of an Eladrin's personality? But they did that.
Maybe it's in a jar somewhere.
I will Keep an eye out for shadowy-looking jazz.
But
Yeah.
I'm wondering if, to some extent, I mean, we're not sure if you did lose your shadow before coming here, but as we got closer to Loomlurch, Tanwen and Hellier changed. So I'm wondering if maybe the loss of shadow is maybe just that we're getting closer to Motherhorn, but
Oh, that's a reassuring thought, because the closer we got to Loomlurch, the more that they turned into the toys. So what? The more I'm gonna disappear, the closer we get.
I don't know.
I'll just be a puff of
Yeah,
smoke trying to
that
fight
would
my
be
way through things.
my worry. He's lost his shadow, then he loses his substance.
Maybe, because, I mean,
You definitely feel a bit changed from that lightning bolt.
taking it
scorch
to
your inside.
the extreme, if your past was taken, and say it wasn't just the memory of your past, but your actual past, then eventually, if all of your past was taken, you were never born in the first place. So I suppose it could be something like that, but I'm hoping
This is a
not.
reassuring conversation.
I'm hoping not.
Well,
I'm just
everybody
considering all of the angles.
do me a favor, and if you notice more of me disappearing, just
Yeah,
make a note of it and let me know, and maybe that means we're going the right direction.
yeah. I'm also.
But now let's pick up your spirits and get you up out of here. Morgott tries to pull on the rope and help you up the side of that cliff. Xaxx.
I reluctantly climb up.
Morgott helps you to your feet and she pats you on your back. What was that you were saying about forcing yourself to be happy? Let's stay like that. Or else that storm will come back.
It's getting more difficult. I think that spell has gone now. I think it's yeah. We'll have to figure something out.
Let's keep moving.
But I mean, all of this does mean that we are getting close to finding what Xaxx needs to recover his past. I mean, Nox and Solomon, they had a tough time, but in the end, they recovered Helia. It is an upcoming trial, but
let's also not
there is.
forget that Nox and Helia still have a piece missing, right? They're
Well, yes, but I mean, more of them is there than is not.
I mean, that's perhaps a certain reassurance that the shadow is the manifestation and not something's happening, because it isn't also happening to Helia.
Julian, yep.
Yeah, I'm just gonna wait behind while everybody else is leaving.
Okay.
For a moment until until they're a little bit down the road a bit, sort of, I don't know, ahead of me.
Sure.
And I'm gonna stare at the lightning rod and begin to summon a sacred flame in my hand before canceling it out and then following it up.
Make me a perception check as you take a moment to peer at the lightning rod as well. Something you notice after the massive discharge from the lightning, when it arced and spread out, a great majority of it was channeled into you, and you remember that was the last thing you saw before it all went dark. But looking out and into the sky, where the lightning streaked away, you almost see a pattern of it, a fork that seems to spread out and then converge again on something else very, very distant. But in the same way the lightning shot out and converged on you, you see the lightning spread out into the sky and then converge on something else as well. And this is the lightning that was discharged from the rod itself. So it's not from the storm. It's like this lightning rod sent it out somewhere.
It's like, yeah, it's the energy is being sent out between the, maybe it's another lightning rod that's taking in this stuff or something. I don't know. Okay,
But
maybe it's another lightning rod. I'll just keep a clock where what direction that may have been, generally
it
speaking,
went,
and see if we come
yeah,
across it.
it went out far, far to the northeastern horizon. That's where you saw it,
Okay.
and then you catch up to the others. All right. Up ahead, I'll grab all your tokens and take you back to the map. So up ahead, there is a stranger-looking formation of stones. Some of them have a different texture and color to the rest of the mountainsides that you've seen around thus far. And with every kind of streak of lightning, which apparently is also quite prominent over here because way above that formation of stones, you can also see there is what appears to be another lightning rod, shaped again like the sun, and that lightning bolt that keeps on striking it gives those brief flashes of illumination that shows you the formation. And I'll just reveal it first. Let's see, there it is. There it is. So there's square-like, there's flat in places, not like the natural-looking mountainous areas around you. It appears more like a henge made of different stones, different materials. One is this kind of black obsidian. Another seems to be more of a whitish marble. Another seems to be very flat and slate-like. And it's at the top of this very large plateau.
In
Uh,
in this in this world, would we be familiar with the concept of henges, or is this
yeah,
something we've never heard of before?
no, a henge can be many different things. I wouldn't say it's an alien word to you. It is a series of stone structures built in some particular formation. The actual purpose behind a henge might remain a complete mystery, but you know the word to mean a series of stone structures.
Would we be familiar with the idea of a stone circle like this being used for astronomical or calendar foretelling?
Possibly, possibly.
Hmm.
Again, I would say that henges might have served many different purposes, and to identify what this one would do or is for, you would maybe have to get closer and examine it in detail. But there's a possibility that there is something to do with stars like this. It could be
Hmm.
devil worship, yeah. It could be
Um,
anything.
are there any of those weird statues around it that we saw earlier at the entrance to the cave?
That's a good question. And make a perception check, Tanwen, if you're
Okay,
keeping an eye out for that in particular.
let me make sure it's me making the perception check.
Yeah. You
Oh,
look around, there doesn't appear to be, no.
okay.
Are there any signs that that they were created by stone shape, or
Um,
do they look carved out?
this is off in the
Lined.
distance at the moment, but I will say you can absolutely make that kind of check once you get up
Okay.
to it. I'm just sort
Yeah.
of pointing it out and asking the kind of. I'm basically asking the group, is this where you want to head next? Because that's what you do see in the distance.
It's certainly a landmark that would be of interest, and based on the sort of plateau, like you could get a good view
Right,
from there.
I'm
right.
curious.
That's
I
that's what I
have.
was gonna say.
Yeah.
Yeah, we
It,
need, it's a mesa, so we can
yeah,
look
So
around.
what?
Although I don't know we're gonna see much through this storm,
it
but at least it didn't hurt to go look.
I mean, it also might be the equivalent of like the fairy rings or the O world for this area.
Should we go take a look at this rock henge up there?
I guess that's the best way.
Okay.
Can we find a way? Maybe we can. I don't know if the road goes there, or we can find a way directly there or
Can't
something.
get
But
there.
There is a series of steep steps that go in a bit of a precarious pattern, but when you've crested over a couple of them, you do see there is a pathway that zigzags to the top, and you're sort of following that with your eyes down into a little bit of a canyon, but it's not so vast that you might get lost. You already can see the direction you want to head, so you kind of keep that in mind as you're approaching, and the lightning striking the rod is a very good like northern star, right? The lightning up ahead is continually striking the sun, again drawing all the energy from the clouds. So it takes a while, about perhaps another uh, hour or so before you finally get to where you're needing to go. A little bit tired from the steep walk. Been hiking up here. Soapig's definitely complaining the whole while. Probably tries to climb up on top of Cordelia. And come to think of it, Cordelia would be very good at traversing this type of terrain as well. The steep plateaus, the uneven terrain is actually a much easier for the wagon in this form. You wouldn't want to wheel something through here unless you were sticking to a path, but you're taking a little bit of a shortcut, sort of over a more shallow canyon.
Oh, thank goodness! I'm glad I do not have to walk up and down all these stairs.
Um, I also need to be right back as well, just real quick. Only have like a minute or so.
Yeah.
But
Um,
if everyone needs to take a bio break, that's a good point to just take a break.
right.
Yeah.
Perfect.
We
Thank you.
shall be right back.
Yeah, it'll be like 5 minutes or so.
Thank you.
Alrighty. See you in a bit.
1, go.
And welcome back. Finished our little break, and everyone has been ascending to the top of this incredibly large Stonehenge. What's the meaning of this Stonehenge? We'll have to figure out. So, approaching, you wanted to make a check to see if this was indeed made of stone shape, like the magical effect. And yeah, anyone who wants to can roll an Arcana check.
Okay.
That is a success again. These stones are natural, but they have been formed using that spell again. You can tell. The actual materials themselves weren't just conjured out of nothing, though, is what I'm saying. The actual stone, slate, marble, those are actually those are actually natural materials. The stone-shaped spell just allows one to shape that stone and manipulate it. So somewhere these have been dragged, probably
So
miles
does it look?
from the depth.
Oh, okay. That was my question. Going to be my question. So it looks like the stone's immediately around us.
Yeah.
But you said
If
it's
there's a
been dragged for
variety of
miles.
stone, probably at least some of them are not native, but it's hard to tell.
Maybe they
Yeah,
come
some of
from
them
46
definitely more
46 miles
exotic than
away.
others. Maybe that's another sort of image you can see representing all the different colors. Now that you haven't just got a silhouette, you can see the textures, the colors much clearer. There's one of basalt as well, one of
Bath
flint.
salts?
Not bath salts, basalt. Just like that. Oops, I'm speaking in Dwarvish.
The mineral.
Try that again.
I know, that was me being cheeky.
Oh, okay. All right then. In that case, let me grab your tokens and slap them on somewhere.
There's a chessboard on there. Oh, geez.
There is.
I
Okay,
am not
there's
intelligent enough to play chess.
I'm
might
not.
not be.
I'm gonna do it anyway.
Let's go!
So as you get right up onto the plateau and you climb up, you do indeed see a peculiar sight. Two seats of stone sit opposite each other with a massive chessboard in the middle. There are pieces laid out on the board. And there seems to be a game in progress. And you can see one of the chairs is like slightly askew as well, like it's been pushed away from the table and turned. But yeah, there is someone's just sort of just abandoned a game right here. Yeah.
Rodolfo, or Xaxx, or anyone who can, are you able to cast Detect Magic, see if there's anything magical about this chessboard or the area?
That's a Rodolfo thing.
I can cast Detect Magic.
Okay.
So I have a theory, but that's just because it seems like a fun story element, so I don't know if it's an actual thing.
So you're using your Eldritch Sight?
Yeah.
Okay. In that case, and you begin to look over the chessboard. That's a big area. You can definitely see across the entire plateau, and standing around you, these 8 megaliths. You kind of observe one at a time, checking if either of them have any magic in them. And sure enough, you actually come across 2 that are giving off magic. One of them is where is it? It's the chalk megalith. And the other megalith that's giving off magic is shale.
And shale.
Mm-hmm. And the spell, the school of magic is transmutation. The board itself, though, doesn't seem to be giving off any magic.
Okay, so it's not what I was thinking it might be, in that we have to, like, complete the game in order to do something. Because
There seems to be a game of crowns on the board. Most people in the Forgotten Realms know what this kind of game is. It's basically chess, right? The game in progress. If you wanted to sort of, if you had that kind of line of thinking, Tarquin, about finishing it, you can look over the board as much as you want.
You'll have a look.
It's what's it going to be, like an
Are
intelligence
all the pieces there,
investigation?
Tarquin and Xaxx, Rodolfo?
Good question.
And if they're not, are they on the ground around y'all?
Well, I'll have a little look. Is that intelligence investigation, or is that the same roll?
Investigation would be the same roll, so yeah.
Okay, same roll.
This thing.
Okay, so not very good, I'm afraid, but you do see
I'm
what's
more into
what's
card
obvious.
games, not board games.
There's two sets of playing pieces. They seem to be in the form of tiny little cloven-hoofed creatures, and they have like wild beards and big messes of hair. There are pieces that are just on the floor, like they've been either knocked off the board or defeated pieces. You're trying to study the arrangement, but you're not quite figuring it out. You're not sure who's in the lead or who would win in this particular arrangement.
I'm gonna sit down in one of the chairs.
Okay.
So
Sit down.
Anything happen?
So by the chalk one, I'm
No.
guessing this one, because it's white.
Yeah, either that or it's marble. But no, we'll say that's chalk. We'll say this pillar's marble.
And then this one, shale? I don't know
Yeah.
what shale looks like off the top of my head.
Shale, it's kind of like it's like slate. It's kind of a grayish,
So
can be
probably
kind of
this
tan,
It could be this
quite
one
sedimentary looking.
or this one.
Yeah, that one, I think.
I think this one,
Yeah.
yeah.
What does that mean?
Chalk and shale. Nothing happened when I sit down?
No, nothing seems to happen, but you do get a better look at the board. You can actually use insight as well. I should say that. You can use intelligence investigation, or I'll allow insight as
my
well.
insight would have been an 11. No, 12.
Okay. Xaxx, have a closer look at the pieces, and because you was eyeing up the megaliths and trying to determine which ones were shale and chalk, you look back at the board afterwards as you sat down, and you notice that the pieces are themselves made of both shale and, what did I say, chalk? Yeah. Sorry. Shale is like slate, shale, same thing. In any case, yeah, they both seem to be made of chalk and slate.
Is the board made of the same materials as the pieces?
Board seems to be made of a different material entirely. It looks like it's actually been pulled up out of the stone that the yon is actually made of. So that looks.
I'm gonna touch one of the pieces.
You can pick up the pieces. And nothing seems to happen.
I'm gonna move it to a different spot on the table.
You can. And with that check, because you've rolled so high, you rolled like 22, you can tell as you're moving piece by piece, you're like, it suddenly clicks in your head that slate can actually beat chalk in a single move.
I make that move.
Okay. As soon as you do that, the megalith that you're looking at, Rodolfo, the one that's giving off this transmutation magic, you suddenly see that magic begin to shift and burgeon, and something is emerging from that stone that you're looking at.
We gotta fight whatever. Sorry.
Where is it? What's the one I said?
You said
That's
it was
right.
this one, right?
This one. Yeah.
But that one's
So-
the chalk one, right?
That's the chalk
Yeah.
one, yeah.
Correct. Let me grab this one and this one and shale somewhere over here. Okay. So emerging out of the shale and of the chalk one, you kind of see it from both directions. A creature begins pushing their face through the stone. You see it is quite heavily bearded. Their skin texture is also kind of bobbly and like stone-like, and long strands of hair begin to sort of fall down onto the ground with a heavy thud, like the hair sounds weighty, and their hands are clapping together. And from the other side, you hear a cheering and a laughing. And these two creatures, they almost appear like dwarves at first, but something sets them apart. They too have the cloven feet, like
Are they
hooves.
holding weapons?
No, they are clapping their hands and cheering. And
Are
one
they-
of them sort of saying, "Ha ha! I knew I could beat you! Just a single move! That was all it took! Well done!
Congratulations.
I'm going to take
Yeah.
credit for this victory."
As you should, because you were the shale one.
That's me. And you see this figure kind of hop and skip around towards the side of the chessboard to marvel at the pieces. And the kind of slightly smaller one also hops over. They seem to be sort of scratching their beard and stroking it and looking at it, looking at the board. No, that's cheating! Cheating! You had someone else win for you. Who are you anyway?
I'm hi. I'm Xaxx. I won the game for the shale one.
Ah, that be hers. Argantel, the queen of Corrids. And you see,
Your
she
Majesty.
takes a bow. Ah, someone who knows how to address with proper titles and decorum. It's rare to find people with manners in Yon.
I've been around a few monarchs in my day, so yes, you're welcome. I guess I'm not sure what's going on here.
We were having a game of crowns, of course.
Okay, and then but you left the table when the game was almost done.
Ah, yes. Um, you see the other one look a bit sheepish, and Argantel says, "That would be Jagu's fault. You said you smelt a foul wind on the air, a howl." And Jagu the chalky one says, "Yes, I'm telling you, it was just precautionary, but I don't know whether we can trust all of these, even if they may be good at a game of crowns. They could be working for bitter end."
Well,
We're definitely not, because one of them we're definitely not.
They do step away just to create distance at the mention of that, or the reminder, almost towards their stones, like as if they were about to hop back in them. But are you really who you say you are? You don't have any scissors on you, do you?
No.
No, I don't. Oh, rock, paper, scissors. Right?
We beat scissors, but
Yeah. But if I have any paper, then I would beat you.
I'm guessing it's because Moongrave is associated with scissors in some way.
you happen
is
to
that
see.
why?
You happen to see Argantel instinctively sort of grab their hair as they are saying you don't have any scissors, and you can see where a section of the hair has been very obviously sheared off. It's uneven on one side.
Do you need a haircut? Or...
No more haircuts.
Ah,
And they seem to stamp their feet for a moment.
Your hair is important to you, and it was cut off against your will.
She lowers the boulder down back to the ground. Yes.
Well.
Yes, that.
Is this the one that said was like the queen?
Yeah, the slightly
bigger
bigger
one,
one.
yeah.
Well,
She's the
as
queen.
one monarch to another, I have to say that is horrible. People's hair is their property. And for someone to take it against your will, they deserve a slap.
Monarch. They look at you and you see the slight reflection in their eyes of a golden crown swirl around your head. I had no idea we were in the presence of other nobility. I apologize, Your Majesty.
No,
Welcome.
no, it is fine. I try to travel a bit incognito unless announcing myself is deemed appropriate. My name is, well, for the time being at least, it is Tarquin, and I am known as the Monarch of Witchlight, leader of the Carnival cards, of which we have a subsidiary which is Dragon Incorporated, but we don't need to go into that at the moment, unless you're interested in insurance. But, so, my understanding is that you are not on the side of the scissor wielder, shall we say.
No, you could say.
Hmm.
Bitter End has been nothing more than a pebble in our shoes, if we had shoes.
Hmm.
Is
We much prefer the feet.
is it dangerous to say the name? Seems we are avoiding it. This is not something we have had to do with other
Well,
creatures of importance.
You should not speak something's name in the Fae unless you wish to conjure it.
yes, that's what we
How,
saw
names have
earlier.
power here.
Which-
Just even mentioning that name, can't you see the storm grows thicker? Lightning striking those damned rods.
Ah,
And sure enough,
More than
it's almost on cue when she says bitter end and another strike hits the rod.
okay. That is a great. I've got to say that's a sort of a great sense of theatre. You know, bum bum bum, bitter end.
Oh, yes, exactly.
Right.
It's like, in fact, you can say almost anything dramatic, and I'm sure there'd be a lightning strike. Like, watch this. She goes over towards it. It must always be. Lightning strikes. A Lich King. See?
Wow.
That is very clever, I must admit.
If things weren't in the sort of state they are, that'd be much more amazing, and I would want to play with that a lot. But these rods, you called them damnable. What are they for? What are they doing? Do you have any idea? I was considering
They
trying
seem
to
to-
melt one earlier.
They seem to drink in the energy of the skies. They store it for a while. And then every so hour or two, like every so many hours, it suddenly erupts. And lightning shrieks across the skies. Sending it somewhere.
Do you think they're sending it to Bum 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 Motherhorn?
Boom! Another crack in the sky.
Oh,
Thunder erupts everywhere.
that's gonna be fun.
She looks towards it and says, Yes, yes, the Ore of Tragedy. That's where it goes.
It drinks the energy from the sky, then transports it there. She must be trying to power something.
That's what I just said. Clean the pebbles out of your ears. The Ore of Tragedies. That's what she's using. That's what's channeling into it.
Which can be... What is that?
It is a contraption she invented. Something to glimpse all possible futures. Another strike.
That rings a bell. Okay. Well, it just so happens that we have our own reasons for traveling there and causing a certain amount of our own form of theatre, shall we say.
Mhm.
And wondering, we do obviously have a guide, but they more were to guide us to here. I was wondering if you had any idea of the safest route. I realise there's probably no safe route, but one that would get us there quickly and safely.
Why do you want to go there? Why would you seek audience with Bitter End?
In order to
Only
recover,
bad things could
in order
happen.
to recover something that was taken, and see that the only future involves her loss.
He cut your hair as well?
A bit worse than that. But yes. Oh wait, you also. I realise you're sort of one with the stone, or you can merge that. You wouldn't happen to know where any peritons are, would you?
Oh.
We heard they
They
nest
seem
in
to...
the mountains.
They do seem to scratch their heads for a moment. Peritons. Like, you know what? I'm going to give them an intelligence check. See if they can recall any knowledge on that.
Yeah.
13. We have seen them here, yes. They seem to fly about from mountain top on a whim. Can't say where we last saw them, but they usually stick to the highest peak. Somewhere far out of danger, far out of trouble. Unlike us, we have to be crawling around in the dirt, in the earth. And that's where Bitter End catches us.
Yes.
If we were up there, we would be out of range of her iron shears. She keeps stealing them, cutting off locks. She fashions them into iron ropes, uses them to manipulate her theater's infernal contraption.
Oh, is your hair metallic then?
She kind of shows you a section of it, perhaps even part where it was cut off, and it just doesn't seem to have the texture of hair. It looks like hair, but the braids are so thick, and you can see where it's all kind of wound together. And sure enough, when they came out of the stone, you heard the heavy thud of the stuff. This looks like it could easily be like an iron rope.
Well, it seems that around here she pulls all the strings and she makes them out of other people's hair. Oh, we may have to do some. We may have to bring her act to an end and call cut on her.
What?
Curtain calls for her.
Yeah.
Right?
You-
Yeah.
You
No more no encore.
can't be
Yeah.
serious. You wouldn't be able to bring an end to Bitter End. She is the end. She's far too powerful. You must be out of your minds. Did a boulder hit you on the head?
We have
No.
a potential way to bring a curtain close to all the wrongs that are happening within Prismere.
You can see the
I mean,
fear.
we're working on something, is what it is. We don't have an exact thing, but working on it.
You're very bold. Perhaps, well, if you weren't nobility, I would call you something else, but...
You can call me what you wish. I am a little insane right now, but sometimes it takes an insane plan to change the future.
You see, Jagu seems to eye Argantor, and they seem to look at each other for a moment. Like, there seems to be like thoughts going back and forth between the two. They seem to like grind their teeth for a moment, like they're thinking hard. And then they look back at you. I see you've gathered quite a force already. Strength in numbers, yes.
Yes.
But you will need many more if you wish to take on her own army.
Do you
What type of
have-
armor does she have? We know of only one of our servants.
She commands an audience of darklings,
Yes,
nasty,
the
miserable
Darklings.
creatures.
Yeah,
Yes,
we
they
met
only
them
seem
before.
We've met 2 of them at least.
rude and spreading misery wherever they go. However, we once had an army ourselves before we were scattered like stones from the mountaintop.
Oh,
She looks
there's more
around.
of you then?
Yeah, she gestures towards the megaliths one by one and says, "There are many, all shapes, sizes, and textures."
Oh yeah, you're shale and Jagu, you're chalk, so it means there must be one for each of these uh rock formations here, right? The different rocks come together.
She nods. "You are correct. The Corrid clans were once vast, but still we were unified. It wasn't until Bitter End arrived and started seeding doubt, spreading misery, and splitting the stones apart. Now we've all but recoiled into hiding. Some have lost all hope that there is no change. But you seem to be bold. You seem to have a confidence about you. Perhaps you could unite the Corrid clans.
That would...
We would help. We would help face against those darkling threats. Get those off your hands at the very least.
That could prove very much in our favor. It would certainly improve the odds.
Is there any chance that some of your people have been turned into statues permanently? We saw some statues coming in that looked very, very, very realistic, but they didn't look quite like you.
Well, we saw some statues that appear to have been shaped using magic.
Mm-hmm.
Ah. They look at each other and there's sort of a knowing look and a nod. That sounds like a zeal, perhaps, of the Granite
And-
clan.
Oh, granite. Oh, it was one of your people then, maybe.
We are masters of stone shaping, but
Granite.
other clans have become more paranoid in recent times. I've seen those statues before. They've been erected outside the Briganock's mine. Ugh. They sort of grumble as they do that. And it's almost on cue, as mentioning and as if calling their name. Suddenly you hear a loud hammering from the depths. You hear the chipping sounds, tapping on stone, pickaxes that seem to be carried on the wind. And you see Queen Argantal runs to a boulder, picks it up, and then just hurls it over 100 feet in the direction of the noise while she screams, "Ah! Death to the Briganocks!" And a peal of thunder accompanies this display of anger, and possibly more lightning strikes crackling down.
Briganox?
Yes, those Briganocks! Ah! They're working for her. Working for Bitter End.
Are they one of your tribe?
No. They are like miners. Tiny little creatures with pickaxes, tunneling their way through our mountains. It's a disgrace.
And you say that the Granite clan or their work has been seen near the entrances.
Yes, there's an attempt to sort of frighten them, keep them inside their little caves, and make sure they don't do any more hammering. And there's
So-
again, go on.
If we were to deal with the Briganox, would that be enough to bring the Granites onto our side, do you think?
Yes,
yeah.
most likely. More so.
Hey,
More than just the Granite clan, it would be a help for all kind in Yon. Those damn little creatures they're building wicked contraptions for her. They're the ones responsible, likely, for building the Ore.
all the array of tragedies, yeah.
What how can they be defeated? Do you know what their weakness is?
Witnesses?
Weaknesses.
Oh, weaknesses. Apologies. They hide. They're great at guarding things as well. We tried to destroy some of their schematic diagrams, but they use illusions to hide themselves in the caves. A network of tunnels that is impossible to remember and even more difficult to navigate.
The mines. We were in one of the entrances, I guess, exits, I guess, for that before, but we decided to come on the top part of the high road, I guess it's called. So yeah.
They're not really particularly good fighters, if that's what you're trying to get at. It's more just pinning them down that's the tricky thing.
Okay,
And
so if
they-
we can find them, if we can locate them and get through their illusions and their trickery, then maybe we can. I mean, you want them destroyed, like killed?
Just want them to shut up! I can't stand the noise of their mining.
So
It's-
essentially, we just need to stop the mining by whatever means
The most-
necessary.
Think of the most painful sound you can possibly imagine. Like
I
maybe
can think of a sound.
Jagu says, like nails down chalk? Oh,
No,
that's actually. Argantel says, well, that to us is like quite soothing, but in any case, for your kind, think of the most horrible sound, and that's what mining into mountains is like for us.
What
sound in the world to me is
so they're mining for the bitter end. What
Yes.
and the bitter end is just she's using them for the orrery. Like what is the reason for the thing she builds?
She has a castle, and it's full of other contraptions as well. The tragedy
They're
of
built-
Ore is one thing, but you've seen the lightning rods. She's
Oh,
all.
yes.
So they're the ones that build all the stuff for her.
They must be a tricksy little scheming
Hobbitses?
hobbitses. Yes.
So, if we could turn,
We have
Okay.
to prevent them from being able to build stuff, so we destroy their schematics, destroy their equipment, and then that'll stop them for at least a little while.
That's one option, and then
I mean, we could kill them. We could also just kill them all, and that would be a second option.
I sort of tap my head and giving Xaxx the old telepathy signal.
Oh. Back in a minute.
The other option, not that they would be, that I don't want to say out loud because I'd imagine these wouldn't be that big of a fan of it, is to turn their machine building into our favor and have them build things for us to help. Or get some understanding at least from them so we know how to deal with the bit Ren's works. You don't need to necessarily destroy, and it might be possible if we could have them and the Corrid clans on our side.
Oh my goodness. If they could start building stuff for us, then Dragon Incorporated can turn into like a manufacturing company.
I know.
We
I know.
can build those like way more of those balloon
we could
things, and we can build
we could not
boats and
just
things.
we could not just build those balloons. We could probably build better balloons.
Do we have the technology?
We might have the technology, but
I mean,
we just need
that's
the
then
know-how, and it looks like those guys will have it. I feel we might need
okay.
to be going underground.
All right, so that's option 3 if we maybe yeah.
Hmm.
Okay. I'll telepathically just note to Rodolfo and to Helia and to Tanwen. Option 3, they build stuff for us instead.
We just need to find something that's worth their favor. Right.
Hmm.
Okay. So
Where are the Brigadukes? Like, do you know where their like base is? Because we only found the one tunnel.
She
Are they
picks up
called
another
Brigadukes?
boulder and like heaves it towards the edge and like tosses it again hundreds of feet and goes that way. And the boulder crashes down some like hundreds of feet to the south, where no, southeast.
okay.
And yeah, I guess, and accompanying that loud cracking of stone, a flash of lightning does illuminate a distant. It almost looks like a castle of stone, but you can tell it goes into the mountain itself,
Is
and there are
there
little lights flashing from different tunnels and windows.
is
You
there
were
a
right.
way there with that all of us could use? I mean, if I were a boulder, I'd definitely take that way.
Ah, yes. I'm sure the Granite clan can show you a way. They're the ones who try to frighten them into leaving with their statues, but
Right.
we can lead you to the other clans.
That
Yeah, maybe if the
yes,
one of the
that would be
Granite
appreciated.
clan. Yeah.
May I ask how did the one whose name we don't say split the clans? Like did she cause you to disagree, or what happened?
She again kind of grinds her stony teeth and says, she's been, I guess, dealing with them in her own ways, one at a time. Some she's been stealing hair from, like us. I've tried to stay in hiding so that she doesn't get any more of it. I was thinking that way it would slow down her contraptions.
So
For others, she's go on, sorry.
I was gonna say, so a mixture of fear and hopelessness.
Yes, for the most part, that is what she has spread. The others are dealing with their own issues and problems. I think an infestation has been plaguing the Flint clan, whilst the Slate clan have been mourning a recent loss. I'm not sure on all the details, but
What
potentially.
infestation? An infestation of what?
I'm not exactly sure. Those in the Flint clan have been experiencing troubling dreams. We never really had much of an infestation before. Like, I can't think of what it would be that we couldn't overcome. So it's something new,
And
something we haven't come across before.
something that involves dreams. Well,
It's said that they had nights where they would go sleepwalking, and after then, it seems sometime after then, it's when this infestation started. But they will be able to tell you more, I'm sure.
Which clan is closest?
She looks out to
Oh,
the
says
different
relative
megaliths. And yeah, she says, "What's close? What do you mean closest?"
Which will be... Which do you feel would be the best for us to handle first?
Hmm.
And which do you feel would be the easiest for us to handle?
Hmm. Well, perhaps the most. It's more like the most urgent one, I would say, is more what I would say is more pertinent. Um, Let me think. Perhaps either the Flint clan because of their infestation, or maybe the Basalt clan. Yana says she reported missing young Corrids, and she needs a party to come help find them. Uh, she sent word out to the other clans, but they've each got their own problems on their plate. But the finding and rescue of missing Corrids, especially young ones, are probably the most urgent.
And what clan did you say that was? Khanet?
Yana of the Basalt clan
Of the
is
Basalt clan.
what you
Yana
wish
of
to
the
see.
Basel.
Okay.
Not
Well, we
not too long ago. We haven't seen them up here, not on the surface. So it's likely they're still somewhere subterranean. We can lead you to the basalt. We might have some clues.
The basalt might be a good place to start, if then, or would we prefer to deal with the flint infestation?
I mean, it's a flint infestation is perhaps easier, but rescuing the young ones is perhaps more
Well,
urgent.
I suppose the one positive with that is that no children should be able to come to harm. So whatever it is won't be harming them, but it still would be good to get them back. And so unless anyone has a disagreement, I say we deal with the basalt.
The children, right. I agree with that. Just because they're not coming to harm doesn't mean that they're happy and safe.
Exactly. We've seen what not come to
Yeah.
harm can mean.
Right.
Then quickly, follow us. We'll lead you to the basalt.
Right, let's go.
You see them go over to the actual megalith themselves, and they seem to just pick up a small pebble just on the outside of it, like a bit that's perhaps chipped off, and they grip it in their hands, and they begin to turn around and look in the direction, and then they begin rolling, almost like Gorons from Zelda. They sort of just push themselves into a ball and roll across the mountainside. Try to keep up.
Follow that Corred Cordelia, I guess, when we hop aboard.
All right. Okay, so you begin heading out, rolling away. If you wish, you can do roly polies after them.
Yeah,
Probably be uncomfortable.
I'm trying to think of a pun regarding basalt and lost children, and I'm not. It's not.
Tricky.
Yeah, because the flint festation was an easy one for the infestation of the flint. But,
So whoever guessed it earlier when they said it would be a good place, like a vantage point, was right. And I'll actually start revealing quite a big section of the map now, because you could see the mine from up here. So I'll actually show you where that was. All the way down here. And
this
let's
stone
see what
castle. So this stone castle.
is the Briganock mine.
Okay.
Bringing up mine.
Cool. What's down here?
Yeah, that is
Mm.
something, but you guys are kind of gonna miss that at this point because you're kind of you're gonna go down, rolling across the hill. Although I guess you could run into it. I'll tell you what, let's roll a d8 between Corrode clans. I think it's nice to break it up a little bit. We'll have a little encounter in between each.
Okay. 2.
Okay, he's got 2. All right, let's see then. Encounters.
It almost. That's like a little portable theater, isn't it?
It is.
Like a
That's
punchy
looks like, yeah.
show sort of thing.
That
Yeah.
is exactly what you would spot.
I'm
Okay.
also tempted to destroy each of these lightning rods if we ever get close enough to them.
Uh,
'cause-
Okay, so rolling down the mountain is a little precarious, but it seems as though the two corrids ahead of you, as they're rolling down, they seem to shape the stone into like that of a slide, like a flume ride, right? So it's just this nice smooth surface all the way down. Yeah, you could probably toboggan down this. That'd be a lot of fun. But yeah, for now you just see Cordelia sort of tucks in her legs and just slides down the side with you in tow. So a 2 on the encounters is not the strange wagon here, but it might come up later. For now though, number 2 is something else. As you're sliding down the mountainside, you see something flash past you as well, jumping from stone to stone, almost like they're sort of chasing you, or they're curious as to what you guys are up to. And it's not until you come around and out into this open section where you start to see what these creatures are. They're standing on 4 legs. They have this shaggy hide and 2 massive curling horns. These are mountain goats, but they're huge. They're not like just your average goat. They're like giant goats, and they seem to be staring down at you. And as you catch a glimpse of their eyes in the flash of lightning, you can see that their pupils resemble that of hourglasses. And they seem to be a golden hourglass as well. Just this strange magical essence to them. Almost feels like they're peering into the beyond. They're not just staring at you, but staring at your future or something. Maybe your past. In any case, the Corrids seem to have reached the bottom as well. They've stopped and turned around, and they see the goats staring down at you. And they seem to just wait for you. But it's up to you what you want to do. These goats are just ominously just watching you. There's about 8 of them in total now that you've looked around. See if I can find some artwork for just how extra these goats look. Yeah, here we go. There's something about them that tells you that these goats have been here for a while. Their horns, the shape of them, they must have grown over decades. Their coats are silvery as well. Just some sort of extra ordinary features about them.
Are they watching us, or are they just
are.
kind of livestock in their environment? They're watching us.
They followed you for a while, hopping from mountaintop to mountaintop, and they did so gracefully and without any hindrance from the terrain. And then when you got to the bottom, they seemed to just be staring at you with their golden hourglass-shaped pupils. They're observing you very closely, it seems.
Tanwen, can you speak with animals? At them? Oh, Tanwen's not here.
Shucks.
I'm here for a second.
Okay.
Yes, let me cast Speak with Animals and see if I can determine their intention.
Okay. What do you
All
say
right.
to them?
All right. So, well, oh, okay. You don't want me to cast the spell first?
Oh no, yeah, you cast the spell, and then
Okay.
they seem to be awaiting your.
Okay. Hi. We're travelers through your realm. Are you willing to let us pass?
Their eyes flash a golden spark, and then they begin to bar out a sentence to you, and bleating a very kind of strange and ominous sentence. You weren't expecting it. You're perhaps expecting maybe these ghosts to be simple creatures that just live here and are natural denizens, but they speak in this almost prophetic nature, and they say, "When the moon obstructs the sun, creeping Lynn will be undone."
That's
What is
important.
creeping Lynn?
Edelyn Moongrave.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you so much for the information and advice. And I'm going to turn around and tell everybody what they just said. And I'm going to say, what questions should I be asking?
Ask when is that going to happen? How?
Okay, well, I'll turn around to the goats and go, when is this going to happen?
Oh my god. Sorry, that was
The-
great.
This goat seems to have already looked away for a moment, and a second goat, perhaps behind you on another ridge, bleats out, "Play to her passions, stay unscript, a cat, a horn, or a shadow rip."
Cat.
They're telling us to stay on script. And I'm going to repeat the quote back to everybody. Again, this is feeding into the idea that this is a narrative and a play.
So it was the cat, the horn,
Or a shadow rip.
or a shadow ripped.
I'll copy and paste it into here for you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. What other advice can you offer?
A third goat hops down, like almost close to you, about 10 feet away from you. Again, golden hourglass flashes into your own pupils, and you hear its voice bleating out. "The full scepter is the key."
The full scepter is the key. The full. Oh, jeez. The full scepter is the key.
The fool's scepter.
Oh, fool scepter?
It
Oh, the
says
fool's
fool, not
scepter.
full. Yeah.
Oh.
And they each of them begin to sort of hop down from their perches. After speaking these words, the goats seem to almost line up and look at you, and they seem to be perhaps looking at your hands.
Um, would you like a good berry?
They seem to lick their lips like how like kind of goofy goats do. They like flap their tongues back and forth whilst nodding their head.
I will give each of the goats a good berry. And you said that there were 3 of them or 6?
Yeah, I'll say there's 3 of them that have spoken
Okay.
and have hopped down.
Okay, then I'll give each of them a good berry, and say, "Thank you so much."
The goats hungrily nibble on the juicy berries, and they, they seem to look back up to the ridges, turn back to you for one last moment uh, as they seem to sort of nod, and then they begin to hop up. They when I say hop, they leap like tens of feet up into the air, landing on ridges that would be so narrow you can't possibly imagine standing on them in your own life. There's something about them that just defies the laws of physics. And as they hop another 20 feet up into the air, they scale the mountain as if it was just a hillock. And as they crest around the corner, they seem to one by one go out of sight.
Rodolfo, can you imagine being able to move like that?
I have always envied goats, their balance and delicacy. I do not know how they do it.
I agree. I absolutely agree with you. They are gorgeous. And they were very helpful. I don't know what any of that means, but I'm sure you and Tarquin and Xaxx can figure that out. And has anybody checked on Helia? Is she okay in all this rain? Helia, are you okay in all this rain?
Yeah,
Are you
I'm cool.
okay?
I got my own like sun shield kind of thing going on,
Okay.
so I'm all nice and toasty.
Okay, good. It's not like trying to put you out like it is like the lightning was trying to attack Xaxx, is it?
No. I'm not like on fire, so it wouldn't necessarily put me out. I'm
Good.
like the sun, but I'm impervious to the rain.
And I'm gonna stick my head in Cordelia and ask Samantha if she's okay. So, make sure she's safe and dry and happy and
Yeah, Samantha seems to be, kicking her feet back and forth, sitting on the little seat in Cordelia's wagon.
okay.
Seems to be just fine. And as you're like conversing for just a moment, it seems the Corrids they've been turning around. They're spinning their hair into like a lasso, and one of them tries to like throw the lasso over you guys. We'll say over Helia, why not? And as the lasso kind of loosely lands on your shoulder, they're like, "Come on, are you coming? Or do we have to drag you there?"
No, we don't need to be dragged, but thank you very much. I know how important your hair is to you, so I appreciate the fact that you were willing to sacrifice it to keep us on track.
All right then, follow me. That was Yagu of the chalk. Here you go. I'll show you what they can do with the. See what I mean? They kind of like tie it up into like a lasso like that. Okay. It's not a long journey before you arrive in a small archway, and it does seem to be again made of. Where are you going? You're going to basalt, yeah. So the basalt archway leads into a tunnel that goes deep into the caves, and it's very steep as well. The steps here are incredibly tall, so you have to almost lower yourselves down onto each step. You can't just walk on it. You have to kind of like get down on your tummy and then lower yourself down and then hop to the next one. And
Is Cordelia able to follow us?
they are, yeah, they
Okay.
can hop down that. They're quite good at climbing. They're like an all-terrain vehicle, so I'll
Okay.
tell you if they do have trouble. I think
Okay.
water might be the only thing they can't really do. Uh, okay, so not before long, you go down into the depths of this cave, and along the way, Argental, the Queen of Corrids, is saying, "Ah, the Basalt clan are normally adventurous. They enjoy exploring the wilds of Yon, but due to being cooped up under the threat of bitter end, many of the children have taken to exploring new underground caverns left behind by the Briganog miners." Ugh. And she leads you around and into a kind of a meeting hall. And you can see there are a lot of worried faces upon the other corridors here. And they're looking around. They spot Argantor and they immediately rush over to her. "My queen! Huh, it is good to see you. Have you seen or heard of any word of the younglings that went missing? I'm afraid not, but I have found a group of plucky adventurers who are offering their help in this endeavor. They might even be storming Motherhorn if they are brave enough. They turn and nod and they introduce you to this is Yana. She is the leader of the Basalt clan.
I am
The
Tarquin, leader of the Carnival Cards.
So she takes a bit of a bow, and the two hairy female Corrids beckon you deeper into a different shoot off, another tunnel, perhaps goes to like a smaller chamber. And all the while you see there are other Corrids with very large rocks close to hand. And the ground is seemingly shaking with a tremendous force as well. It seems to be a panic that seems to be around, and that panic seems to be causing these tremors. All the corridors are like rushing to and fro, searching, trying to relay information. And as they're stomping across the ground, it's these tremors that seem to shake the whole chamber. You've caught our clan at a bit of a trying time. I fear I am perhaps breaking the rule of hospitality here, but I urge you, if you are here to help, to burst into action and find them as soon as you can.
What action has been taken to find the young ones? Have you done a search party or scrying or anything like that?
Yes, of course, we've searched every immediate chamber here. It's possible they've gone down deeper. It's the only place we haven't looked. Gantel chimes in and says, they're definitely not on the surface. We haven't seen them come out of any surface tunnels. Oh no.
Do you know if the miners have any reason to hurt the children?
The miners? You think the Brigadogs are behind this?
Oh, I don't know. I ask, has there been any sign of hostilities?
Well, the Brigadogs are not to be trusted. Everyone knows that. It's perhaps they've kidnapped them. Maybe they've got them hostage and they've given them to bitter end. A tremor booms out as the mention of her name.
It is possible, but we do not know yet if it is likely. As far as you know, has she taken any live creatures into herself? Stolen any people, kidnapped, as it were? As far as we know, she has taken things and time.
Oh, we've seen many who go into Motherhorn and yet never return, never leave. It's more of a prison than a theater.
Okay.
But that's Motherhorn's so far away. They couldn't have got there. It's only been like a few hours or so since they went missing, and they not sure on exactly the time, but they probably don't say hours. But they do say it's been some time, but not enough time for them to reach Motherhorn. Maybe we can pick up the trail before they are whisked away.
Okay, so it has not been long. That's good. That's very good. How? In which direction is the Motherhorn? Can you see it from here?
No, Motherhorn, you can't see it from here. No. We're probably the furthest away from Motherhorn.
Of course we are. Excellent.
Yeah.
Do we know what direction that they may have gone in? And we know the destination, but do we know the route they might have taken? If there's 3 different ways there, what is the most likely route?
They've not gone to the surface, and they're not here in the Basalt clan, then they could have only gone down deeper
in the tunnels.
Yes. There's there's endless tunnels down there, only getting bigger thanks to the Brigandox. The kids have probably got restless, not being able to go to the surface with Bitter End's presence. They've been taken to exploring, and maybe they did run into Briganock miners. I can show you where they've been mining. There's a long shaft we discovered. Goes down and into a hot place.
Okay. Well, Helia, maybe we can find somewhere underground for you. But okay, we have 2 very large companions with us, and we have some companions that may not do well in heat. Is there somewhere safe that they can stay until we can come back and retrieve them if necessary?
Yes, right here. The Basalt clan will protect them and look after them if you don't want them squeezing through narrow tunnels.
Okay, I will talk to my companions about that. Rodolfo, what do you think about leaving Squirt and Cordelia behind at least? And I'm worried about Clapperclaw's straw catching on fire if we're going into
Sure.
somewhere that's super hot. Helium may be able to mitigate some of that, but I'm worried about those 3 at a minimum. I mean, I'd love for Morgoth to stay with us because she's such an incredible warrior, but
Well,
and I'm not sure about Juniper.
I
So long
I
as they
am
get the
okay. I'm
buff later,
okay
they'll be fine.
leaving some people in charge to look after Cordelia look after everybody. So, that's not a bad idea.
I feel kind of traitorous because a part of me wants to take Samantha just in case we can't come back and I don't lose her again.
mm.
But on the other hand, I think we'd have to bring the children back anyway. So we might travel faster if we leave any unnecessary gear with Cordelia and then leave Clapperclaw and Squirt at least to watch over her.
If you think it would be safe, I agree with you on that one.
Well, let me see
I
what Tarquin and Xaxx and Helia think. Tarquin or Xaxx or Helia, what are your thoughts on this?
I mean, I think we go into the mine.
Right, but do you think we should leave Cordelia behind or take her as far as we can and leave her? I mean, if we have to. At least right now we know she's somewhere safe.
Well,
And
if we're going into the mine, which means we'll be dealing with the Briganock, I guess, then
Yeah.
taking along a mechanical contraption which might be able to interest them or entice them could be an asset.
but what if she can't fit? I mean, what do we do when we get to the point she can't
Yeah.
fit any further down the mines? I mean, so our choices are to leave her here where we know she's
Yeah.
relatively safe, or to take her and possibly leave her in the middle of somewhere where we don't know she's safe.
So Yana does mention, I don't think this contraption of yours will fit down the vertical shafts.
Right. Okay, well, then we leave it here, I guess.
I think we should leave Cordelia with Clapperclaw and Squirt, because if it's going to get really hot, Squirt could catch on fire, and Clapperclaw's made of straw.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
I don't
oil
want
and
either
straw.
of them.
we
Not
don't
good.
Either.
think that Clapperclaw could be of use in a mine with machinery and mechanisms.
Squirts
What?
would be.
I think we should take Squirt with us. Clapperclaw is perhaps, yes, can stay with Cordelia.
Okay, and then Soap Pig, I think, should also stay.
Yeah.
Where
Mm.
she's
Soap Pig will
safe as
stay.
well.
Yeah, she can
Hmm.
perhaps keep Samantha company.
In that case, I'm wondering, as much as you're a strong fighting force, Morgut, I'm wondering if we should leave you behind just to keep an eye on
Well,
things. As much as I trust Clapclaw,
Don't trust
are we
Soap
gonna
Pig. I understand.
try to take Juniper?
Not to mention, my skin would dry out down there,
Yeah.
and
and
armor in hot heat,
yeah,
not a
and
good
also
combination.
you can keep an eye on Juniper.
Because you leave it up to me.
We probably can't take Juniper with us. If Cordelia's not going to get down the shafts, I doubt Juniper will be able to either. It's not like we can lower them down a rope easily. They're too big.
Has it been more than an hour since we spoke to the goats?
No, not
Then I'm
yet.
going to go over and give Juniper a huge hug, and I'm going to say, we have to leave Cordelia behind. Can you stay and guard her for us? Because we have to go in tight little tunnels deep underground, and Cordelia can't go with us, and she can't defend herself.
See, Juniper nods and understands you.
I love
Seem a little bit deflated, but they see protecting this as an important job.
And Juniper, I'm going to leave Samantha with you, and I can't bear to lose her again. Could you watch over Samantha too?
See them a
Thank
fierce
you, baby.
expression of determination on their face.
Thank you. Thank you so much, baby. Thank you, Juniper.
Okay, so with everyone ready, Yana takes you to the mine shaft where the Brigandox have at some point gone through here, and she says, "Here, I'll help you. I'll help lower you guys down one by one."
Yeah,
Hmm.
do you have any extra rope you could spare for this? Just, I've got 50 feet, Tarquin's got 50 feet, but I just want to make sure everybody's got rope on them in case we get to the deeper vertical shafts. Also, we'll need to bring the children back.
Well, my rope is my hair.
No,
No,
please
you
do
don't-
not cut off your hair. No.
You don't have a separate rope or harnesses of any kind, chains
we
maybe?
don't
Oh,
really
that'll be
use them
stealthy.
when we've always got rope at hand, so we never have spare
Ah.
rope, if that makes sense.
Right. Okay.
That's
Well,
fine.
Mm.
I just
but
wanted to
yes.
ask just in case, but we several of us have rope. I was just thinking it would be nice to have spare.
One quick question: how many young persons are we looking for?
Good question. I believe there was 3 of them.
Oh,
3
okay,
young
only
ones.
3.
What are their names?
Okay, well, let's see. Young, very young, and oh no, here we go. There's Pebbles,
Okay.
Chip, and Nug.
And is
That's
there something
adorable. Sorry.
Yes, no, that is. Is there something we can tell them that will prove to them that you sent us and that we're safe to leave or come with?
Yes, that is a good call. Here,
Code word or something?
she shapes using like just a mold earth simple spell. She shapes some of the nearby basalt into a symbol of the Stonehenge, which you saw from earlier,
Okay.
and then you see a Y suddenly engraved into it, and it's in, I'll say it in Sylvan, like it's the letter for Y in Sylvan.
Okay.
Just give this to them; they will know it is their clan leader calling them.
Okay, thank you so much. Rodolfo, do you want to hold this?
Of course, yes. You slips it into your pocket.
All right. You ready to be lowered?
Yes, I think
Yes,
Tanwen, will you perhaps go first and keep an eye out?
I will be happy to go first.
I will follow you down.
So yeah, no, I am absolutely happy to do so.
I just don't want to go first. You understand?
No.
I mean,
So Tanwen is going to stretch and grab the rope and start rappelling downwards.
Ow! Don't pull. You
What?
see, she has lowered her own hair as a long 50-foot rope, and
Oh,
she's got you like wrapped up in the hair and begins lowering you down. In fact, and you realize you don't even need to do any climbing.
yeah.
The hair is like holding on to you and just is able to sort of animate and manipulate its way down through the tunneled shaft and lower you to the ground.
This is amazingly fun. I don't normally get to ride. Normally, I'm having to steer and drive everything.
We use our hair for almost everything down here. It's also we also train with it as a potential defense against threats. But don't worry, I'll make sure to be careful with you. Like this is
I,
the kind of thing they can do.
this is
This is what
so
they can
much
do.
fun. This is really a lot of fun. Okay, when I get to the bottom, I will immediately, you know, thank them and give them a little crochet flower to thank them for our trips down, reciprocity,
Okay.
and then pull out my bow and arrow and start scoping the area out.
Okay. Yes, you can give me your choice. If you want to look for dangers, it'd be like perception, or if you're trying to look for the trail or tracks, it'd be something like survival.
No,
Um,
I'm going to make sure that there's no danger down
okay.
here, especially since the kids were just stolen.
Yeah.
And I don't see a damn thing.
Okay. It is
Right.
pretty dark down here, though. Up ahead, you do see there is sort of a warmish glow coming
Okay.
from within the tunnel, like an orangey glow. And the smell as you are being lowered down here is awful. It's that eggy, sulfurous stench
Okay.
that's filled your nostrils.
All right. I may take out a handkerchief, wet it slightly, and tie it around my nose if the smell's that bad.
Yeah. Okay. Let me see. And then one by one, the rest of you can be lowered down as well. Let me just drag your token on.
I mean, Tarquin's just gonna jump.
Yeah, sure.
It's
Yeah, you can
Slowful.
totally do that.
Why would Tarquin jump now that he's human?
Because I can still Slowful. It's a monk
That's true.
feature.
True, you
Ah.
can still do it.
That 50-foot drop is nothing to me. I'm just like, and down. Like, he's a
And
performer. I'm imagining like he almost does like a perfect swan dive, then at the last moment flips and just lands like in a pose, just like.
yeah, I'm gonna mutter show off and not loudly.
I'm gonna, I'll follow down normal style.
Okay. The rope recoils back up to the top once the last of you have been lowered down. Be careful down there. Find our babies, please. All right. You are down in this sulfurous cave. The orange glow ahead of you also illuminates these multicolored bats that are seemingly clinging to the ceiling overhead. The air is warm and thick, and just moving across the stones, you can feel the heat under your feet. Everything is really hot to the touch.
Okay.
Can I detect magic and see if there's any trace of any of the shafts having any obvious signs of magic used on them, like stone shape or I don't know,
Mm.
something else?
Like a latent magic. There doesn't seem to be any nearby. No,
Nothing that
not
stands out. Okay.
no, nothing that stands out at the moment.
Can we tell if any of the corridors have been worked, like mined?
Yes, there are sections of pillars and stonework that have been chipped away at,
Mm.
but this give me a nature check actually as you're investigating that.
And if Rodolfo tells Tanwen, I would like to, I'll look myself.
Oh, hey, 20.
Okay, so let's pause for a sec. There is more displays of man-made structures, like the pillars and the stonework seems to have been paved here, but it looks quite old, very old, in fact. These tunnels don't look recent. Most of the walls here are sort of naturally formed by the looks. Just a few structures that are actually crumbling or cracked. A couple of the pillars have toppled over from just misuse or not being maintained. It doesn't look like the Briganox use these tunnels anymore. And if they are the ones responsible for building them, they did so a long time ago.
That is weird. I would have thought it would be much more recently created than this. Don't you think? Based on what they said?
I agree with you. I kind of wish we had a dwarf with us right now, since
Yep.
they are so incredibly knowledgeable about stonework.
Do Tarquin, Tanwen, and Rodolfo have a source of light that they're using? Because at the moment you're kind of walking in darkness.
I'll light a torch.
You got a torch, yeah?
Yeah, as Tamwin just gets out the torch, Tarquin just clicks his fingers and lights it on fire with his fire fist.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, we left the humans behind. Hell yeah.
You did a little bit.
Okay,
That's
so
fine. I can give them some vision now, though. Now that there's a torch.
They're
Yeah.
all humans.
Tanwen,
And
They're all humans.
Okay, so there you go. You got vision now. Be able to see. Okay. Let's go.
All right.
All right.
No, stay down there.
So there's a
Alright.
couple of passageways, and you can see that Xaxx and Nox went to the left, and they kind of hopped down into a pit, and then they had to climb their way back up out of it. Are you just following them? Well, in any case, it seems as though you had to kind of traverse a bit of difficult terrain, whereas the others, they seem to be going across the cobblestones.
Yeah, I just wanted to see if what was down that way, if there was anything interesting or not, but it seemed to be just like another hallway, right? So.
Rodolfo, we're losing you.
You could give me a survival check.
Sorry. Can't move.
Survival?
I'm
Yeah,
on
if you're looking
my
down there.
I'm stuck on Tarquin.
Oh, no, you're showing way far behind Tarquin on my
No,
screen.
I mean, I think they're saying they're stuck targeting me.
Yeah.
I'll just move you forward.
Thank you.
Why is there a
Yeah,
targeting?
I only have access to Tarquin stuff. I can see all of your spells.
Okay. So Xaxx, since you jump down into that dusty pit, a lot of the ground is kind of, what's the word, powdery from either volcanic activity.
A lot of
so
ash.
Right, exactly, ash and sulfurous igneous rock that kind of is very brittle and crumbles. And as you land onto the pit and you're walking across it, very hot to the touch, but your scales do most of the work protecting you. The thing you notice though is if someone was walking through here, they would have absolutely left some very obvious tracks in the ash. So they didn't go on along that passageway. They didn't go anywhere near the back there, it seems.
Okay.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
In
No.
this case, is the floor really lava?
Up ahead, there is absolutely a bubbling, churning inferno of heat. And as it washes over your skin, you can feel your eyes dry out. You can
Ooh,
feel, yeah, the smell is awful as well.
okay.
Well, this is kind
So,
of uncomfortable.
Yeah, let's keep moving unless y'all see something in here and we need to in
all right.
case you see something in here we need to investigate. I think we need to keep moving.
Yeah.
I don't see any
Okay.
signs of anybody really.
Mhm.
I wonder how long ago those things. What is it called? The Belden
Briganock.
Briganock, that's it.
Belgaduc.
I almost said, yeah, I almost said Babadook.
So Babaduk's. I mean, if they were here recently, and it sounds like they were, so it sounds like they are mining actively, and the children have only been gone for a day. So, well, either they did not come this way, or time moves differently down here. I mean, it's the Fae. Who knows?
Time moves oddly everywhere, but
It's very inconvenient.
The direction you're going in, Tarquin, do you want to also give me a survival check? Well,
sure.
It's always a good sign.
it's very, very hot, unbearably hot, to the point where
Oh,
you're
now
kind of having to squint your eyes, and so you don't really see much because, again, you're keeping your eyes as small as possible so they don't just dry up.
Well, I mean, we got to keep going one way, right? We got to keep going.
Yeah, let's try to. Oh god, it's hot. No.
Follow the trail. I guess. Don't go in the lava. That would probably hurt.
Oh yeah, be dangerous. Thankfully, there
What's
is
over?
enough of a space to sort of sidle along that edge.
What's over on this island thing over here? That looks enticing.
What's on it? You can see a couple of crystals, structures, like geodes that have been either pressured into forming up on that stonework. But it looks as though several of the pathways, like the pebbles and stones, have either crumbled away into the lava, and what would have been maybe a bridge has just completely collapsed. There's a few stalagmites as well. Could have stuff hidden amongst them, but it's very close to the lava. You wouldn't want to stand near there for more than a minute. That's for sure.
Tarquin, you can't jump very far anymore, can you?
I can. I've still got my boots, so I could probably do.
Because maybe you can get here, and then get here, and take a look around. But I don't want you to fall in the lava. It's not like the water at
Yeah,
Scabbatha's place.
yeah. Just trying to. Jumping
Or
distance
Pavlorn's place,
is
sorry.
equal to 3
Your
times
speed.
your.
Strength.
Yeah, is it 3 times your strength for long jump?
Yeah. You can make it quite easily with your
Well,
boots of springing
yeah.
and striding.
Well, I can give it a go. This is one way to get in touch with fire. Haha!
Okay. Yeah, you jump across, and the
I'll
the
jump
heat.
from where I am over here, not
Yeah.
just away from over there.
I mean, I could just fly across, but it was.
Well,
Okay.
I'm trying to save our flying abilities for for later in
Yeah.
case there's something that happens.
Well, as you land on this
Wait,
section, can you give me a dexterity saving throw?
and how do you two know they went that direction?
We don't.
We've got several
We don't.
I'm checking
paths.
that they didn't.
It seems to me I wouldn't take a child across lava.
Well,
Well,
it's more so like looking for interesting things that may be over this way, not necessarily the kids are now already here.
so Tarquin, as you land light-footed onto this platform here, you feel it is not solid. It is actually just a floating section
no,
of
no,
rock,
no.
and it like begins to tilt down, and lava begins to spill onto the
Quick
platform.
jump again.
Yeah, thankfully
Yeah.
you are nimble enough that as you leap, you see it tip back up and splash a bit of lava onto the steps. But you land, and you're able to spot that these jewels, these beautiful gemstones, almost form into that of like a nest. Like they split out in every direction, and resting in the center of them, there is a particular round-looking jewel, like almost
Ooh.
obsidian rock, just resting in the
Ooh.
center.
That is either very good or very bad. Maybe it's like a pull to look the thing, and then something comes out to attack
I'm
you.
gonna have. I want to go have a look. Tarquin is going to obviously, because whilst there is light from the lava, I imagine the light's not actually. But I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go have a look. Curiosity
Okay.
killed the cat, but I'm not a cat.
Sure enough. These perfectly round obsidian rocks are just sat here.
Um, not very good at this, but do I recognize them at all?
You can give me like an investigation check. Yes, that is pretty good. These are not rocks. Closer inspection of them, you can see that they wouldn't have formed into a perfectly round shape like this.
Yeah.
Just they would need to be like tumbled, like in a stream, for example, to form like that. And the only streams around here are made of lava, which would just
Right.
melt the things. No, these are round because these are actually eggs. And someone
Eggs.
placed them here inside almost like a nest of crystals.
Eggs.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
Uh,
Okay.
I'm gonna come back, or try to.
sure.
Um,
You can give me another dex save. I'll save this time, kind of knowing that it's coming. I'll give you advantage. Okay, yeah. Easily able to hop down again and then spring back up with your shoes. And as you're coming back this way, you also spot something glittering in the corner of the cave to your left.
Mhm.
And that would be where you need a light source, though.
well,
I think.
I will light my hand, I guess, and I'm basically a walking torch at this point.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
Zach,
produce flame.
okay. Yeah, Helia definitely is able to illuminate this area
I'm like
well
a
enough.
walking glow stick at this moment.
You are. Perfect. In that case, what you reveal is a slab of stone that has been carved out of gemstones. It seems to be almost like a shrine of sorts, and on it there is a depiction of a serpentine-like form, almost draconic in nature. And yeah, this looks like quite a discovery down here. You can't imagine it would have been built by the Corrids. It looks.
Too
It
intricate.
doesn't look like something they'd make.
But based on what we've heard of the Bruggenort, it doesn't sound like their sort of thing either. Is
Some
there?
of
No,
us
it
here
doesn't.
already.
Because it
Maybe
does.
it's a secret dragon pool.
It looks like essentially we've mined into ruins of some sort. Looking at it,
Yes.
does it remind me at all of the Jabberwock? Having actually fought the thing, just in case it's like a Jabberwock shrine or something.
Yeah, you look at it carefully. There's some resemblance in the form, like it has wings and a serpentine-like form. But give me if anyone wants to, there's anyone looking at the shrine, can give me more of an intelligence investigation check. And
I have
see
no
what you come
idea.
up with. Yeah, you're not sure. There is some resemblance, but Xaxx, you're noticing a distinct lack of hind feet, right? There's no
No.
second claws on this creature. There's a set of arms, but there's none on the back end. And the most distinguishing feature of the Jabberwock was its eyes, for sure. This doesn't really have any depiction of eyes. Well, not majorly anyway.
Is there any writing on the slab or anything anywhere around it?
That's a good question. Yeah, in fact, as you're looking for writing, then got 18. Is Rodolfo also over here? Yeah, just checking.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Okay, I'm gonna move your token. That's all. Because you got a 21, and that spots something else. No, not really. No writing of sorts, but you can tell there is some. What's it called? Not stains, but I guess you could call it stains. It's like a section where there was maybe an igneous rock, just a round bit of ash. We'll call it. Yeah. So like, there's two puddles of ash, right, that have stained the actual section. And they're not placed in anywhere in particular. There's just sort of like one dotted there, one dotted here. Almost like they've been placed on top of the shrine. Something's been moved from here. You can tell.
Maybe it was the egg?
Possibly. And Rodolfo, with your 21, as you're inspecting it, looking down over the sides just to make sure there isn't anything on the wall of it,
Mm-hmm.
and your eyes seem to follow down and trace there is that same specks of ash that are dotted in this direction. You can see a very obvious trail of them, just sort of like this, right?
Huh. Okay.
Like little tiny footprints of ash.
I was gonna say, do they look like footprints or like something has tracked them while walking?
Yes, they look quite tiny. And as with a 21, careful inspection of the footprints, you can tell they are tiny little hooves.
Okay.
Oh, how many of those? How many of those eggs did you see, Tarquin?
I'll recount the numbers. I'm not sure.
Yeah, there's a couple over there. There was.
Like
I'd say there's about. Actually, I'll say there's about 4 of them over there, because there's like
4 of
4
them, okay.
criticals. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I was thinking maybe those were pebbles and chips and nug in their ball form.
I did think that for a few moments, but they definitely did appear to be eggs.
Okay, because this little tiny hooves walking away could be one of them as well.
Yeah.
They go into
We
the
don't think
research,
it's
like
whatever
dark
has hatched
research.
from that egg.
No, those.
No, I mean, hello over here. Maybe you're inside the rock. We've come from Yana of the Basalt clan to help you.
Make me a persuasion check, talking to the wall.
And we'll show whatever we have something of like something etched
Oh,
on
we
the
have
wood.
yeah,
Yeah,
give me that rock thing.
stone,
We
but
we have this basalt rock with a Y on it. She gave us to say that we're good people.
Okay, so you hold that out. You can roll with advantage
I
instead.
just roll a second time.
That's much better. Okay. All right. As soon as you produce the little basalt sigil, you see a tiny face poke out from the wall, and another one, and another one. And sure
Oh.
enough, 3 little noses, quite bearded as well. They're tiny Koreds. They're like really small. They kind of look around a bit sheepish, but as soon as they spot the wire, they say, "Yana, Yana, she sent people to find us."
Yeah, she said to come and find you guys and bring you back. I mean,
The
job
other
done.
one, shushes that one who was just speaking and puts his finger up to his lips. Says, "Shh, and says, "Be quiet, Chip. They might hear us."
Who,
Tu-
who,
Oh.
who are you hiding from?
The third
The
one,
Babadooks?
the third one closest to Helia, points
The
out
Brigadoons.
towards the lava.
the eggs?
It's either the eggs or that there's something in the lava, maybe. I don't know.
Is there something in the
Angry.
lava?
Angry snakes.
Angry snakes.
Uh-huh.
Huh.
I don't know what that
Well,
means. Does that anyone know of any angry
Alright, well,
lava snake type
sounds
creatures?
like
how are these are Chip and Nug and Pebble small enough that they can fit in like a bag or something that we have?
So they are young, small creatures. So they could probably fit in like a bag, like in a backpack, like a baby Yoda. Yeah.
Yeah, that's something. Maybe we can just maybe we can like hide them in our bags and head out and be like, oh, too bad we didn't find anybody.
if well, if we keep them on our backs, then that will at least keep them safe. I'll take one of them because I can run faster than most, so I could get one of them out easily.
We figured that out for a second. I'm just gonna head back to this thing.
Okay.
Is this on the floor? It looks like it's on the floor to me.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. Can I just reach down and sort of touch it and maybe clear away some of the soot or whatever just to get a better look?
Yes, you can. As you begin kind of touching around this area, he's next to the
Especially,
lava.
especially the face, like the face area, the head and face area.
You can, and as you do that, you hear a very loud bubble burst in the lava, just like pop. Just somewhere in the center, just like this big bubble just builds up and then plop, and bits of spitted lava just kind of sprays over the edges of the wall. But not enough to like reach you guys, but nonetheless, it catches you off guard for a moment. You touch around the shrine and doesn't seem to do anything.
Oh, it wasn't directly related to when I touched it? The
It seemed
bubbling?
that it happened when you touched it, though, for
Oh,
sure.
okay. Does the creature depicted look like a dragon or look like like an actual dragon or look like a dragon-like creature?
So this would be either an Arcana or Nature check to determine what creature it is.
I mean, neither one is really great for me. Let's do nature. Nope,
You ruled out earlier. It's definitely not the Jabberwock,
not the Jabberwock.
but you're not picking up on exactly what it is. You're just sort of ruling out that it's not as draconic as what you thought it perhaps was.
Okay. So no. Okay. All right.
There's definitely the lack of like, rear legs, and even the arms themselves seem to be quite tucked in. But yeah.
Guys, I'm just super curious about this because there's this thing that probably summons whatever bubbled in the lava. Probably don't want to touch it again. And there's like a doorway behind it, which I'm super curious about too.
Doorway, not so much. It's actually just sealed up stone. It looks like it's just the headstone of the shrine.
Oh, oh, maybe this is a grave. Oh, geez, this is maybe a grave.
Yeah, could be. That could be another thing. But
Okay, well,
without any like writing, it's hard to tell.
okay, maybe let's get going. Just keep an eye on the lava, people. I think there may be something inside the lava that is not going to be too much fun if it comes out.
Sneaking out?
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yep.
we're Chip, Pebble, Nug, you guys got to be super duper quiet, okay? We're gonna play the quiet game.
We'll be as quiet as a stone.
Exactly.
All right. So I'm gonna say one of them hops into your backpack, then Tarquin,
Yep.
and another one. Who else are they going in?
I'll take one. I'll take
Okay.
one kind of by the hand.
All right. And then the last one.
Who did like the best?
Who's taking Nug?
I'll take Nug.
You take Nug. All right. So then, as you begin to try and slowly make your way out, if you're going quietly, I'm going to need a stealth check from everyone. And
Mhm.
those who are trying to hide one of the corrids, see what you guys get. 15, 18, 14. Okay.
Can you guys
So-
literally hear me now?
Yeah.
Now we can
So
hear you.
I was literally saying I'll take one of the.
Oh, you've got
rock
Nug. All right.
Okay, Halia can take Nug then. I was
Yeah.
waiting for Halia to say something, and then she didn't say anything. I was like, okay,
Yeah.
I'll.
I was like, why can't they hear me? I'm unmuted.
Sorry, I've had to disconnect twice today already.
It's a bit
I blame
weird.
Jamey. His computer.
I blame Rogers Telecom.
Mm-hmm.
Goddamn Roger.
All right. So the corrids are pretty well hidden if you guys have put them in backpacks
Yeah.
and such. Although, Rodolfo, you're one being kind of held by the hand. You sort of see he's trying to
Yeah.
stay behind you as best they can. It's about when you get to, I'll say here, Xaxx, you can place yourself where you'd like. Is when you see,
I'm probably not going to be too close to the fire because I haven't healed myself up yet.
yeah, you place
So
yourself where you want.
I'm gonna stay away from the fire bit.
Okay. I'll say it's when you get to about here, then a bubbling eruption from the center of the chamber. The spitting like lava just sort of sprays across the edges. You're just out of reach of it, though it is precariously close. Even like a single speck of that will probably burn through your skin.
Oof.
And as the lava runs down off of this mound of this sort of creature, you see it dripping off of whiskers. You see it running down scaly shoulders, and the eyes begin to open up. These burning embers of two eyes suddenly stare out at you, and you gaze upon this creature that only kind of rears up higher and higher. You're like wondering when it's going to end, but this long serpentine form with a flame patterned ridge along its spine keeps on rising higher until it's to a full height, and in one hand it rears a kind of long pike made of like this red hot obsidian. This is the creature you're staring upon. Rearing up alongside it, almost coiling together or uncoiling, are like two other smaller snakes. And as they rise up to their full height and they look upon you, they speak in a primordial like tongue. Does anyone speak Ignan primordial?
Abyssal?
No, either like
I
Terran,
speak-
Aquan.
I speak Common,
Nope.
and I speak Celestial, and I speak Draconic.
Oh, I think we have a problem then.
Oh, I have
No
comprehend
one?
languages. I have comprehend languages.
Okay, all right then.
Mhm.
So you hear it spitting,
yeah.
sizzling sound coming from its mouth. It's got this heavy sibilance, like something's burning in the pan. And it just sort of says, Icaris Tunguras! It points accusatively towards you with its long pike. And if you want to cast it comprehend languages,
I
you begin
will.
to
Yes.
understand the The searing language is one of Ignan. These creatures are likely elementals, and they seem to be shouting, "Where are our missing eggs? We saw the thieves. They came in here, stole from us."
I point to the pile of eggs that we saw before.
Those are separate eggs. We are still missing 2.
I don't know if they'll understand us.
I can talk back to them
I-
in my mind.
That's true.
Where have you seen the stony ones?
I'm gonna talk.
Mm.
I'm gonna the big one. I'm gonna connect with him telepathically and just say, "This might be simpler if we do this mind to mind, since we don't speak your language and you don't speak our language. So I can just relay the information to the others if you wanted to do it this
Yeah,
way."
I'll translate for everyone who's not privy to this conversation, but
Okay.
Yeah.
or I can only tell what they're saying, not obviously what
A mind
whatever they're saying.
speaker.
Mine's yeah, that's me.
Then speak. What of our lost eggs? Have you
What
seen the
of our
thieves?
lost? What do the thieves look like? Because I don't know if we've seen anybody specifically stealing from you.
Stony ones, short and stout, with long iron hair.
How tall would they be?
Smaller than a snake here. I sort of gesture towards one of the fiery snakes that have risen up. Here we go, one of these
Like-
guys. And they sort of say they're smaller than one of these, which would put
Okay,
them about the same size as a Korrid.
as a Korrid, as a normal size Korrid. Like I'm gonna do a yay high thing on my beside me. Like here, this tall, smaller, taller. Just say when.
So if you start off at the smallest, they say taller.
Okay, I'm gonna go up like 1.5 feet.
Mm, yes. About that.
Okay. Is that full size Korrid or small or like the baby
Puts
guys
them
that
ab-
we have in our
that
bag?
puts them taller than the actual tiny ones that you're carrying in your backpacks.
So like an
But
adult one.
yeah, roughly.
Okay. All right.
That's specific enough.
That was good. Yeah, that was good. And then they were short, they were stout, they had hair. Did you say?
Have you seen them snatching, stealing?
Matching? No, I saw some people playing a game of like. I think it was some sort of a board game. I didn't. I actually won the game for them. If you want to play a game,
No. You should steer clear of our place. This is our shelter from the rain.
haha, haha, haha. It's your umbrella, Ella. So when were the eggs stolen? Exactly how long ago? Maybe we can backtrack things a little bit. Or do you want us just to leave?
We want our eggs. They were stolen, perhaps. Not more than a moon's passing ago.
A moon's passing, so like a month ago. Or you mean like a day moon passing? Like the full cycle of the moon? I'm pretty good with moon stuff. See, look all this
Singular moon.
paraphernalia.
Maybe
Singular.
2. We cannot see
The-
outside. We simply count the days like bubbles
Okay.
in the lava.
Okay, so like 2 days. Okay, it's been like 2 days. Okay. Okay. So you want us to leave and then see about getting your eggs back? Would that work?
We want you to tell us. Do you know of any treacherous escapades?
I can confidently say I do not know of any treacherous I don't know what you're talking about involving your eggs.
Okay, roll me persuasion check.
I'm pretty sure I don't know, right?
No, that's why it's persuasion and not deception.
Okay. Roll good, roll good. Oh, not bad, not bad.
That isn't bad. They seem to stroke their long, kind of lavery barbels for a moment, hanging from their whiskers. Should you track down our eggs, we will make it worth your while.
Ooh, payment. You want to enter into a contract for service with my company?
Such is the rule of hospitality. Every creature abides by the rules. Even
Actually, this would be that would be the rule of reciprocity.
Yes, reciprocity.
Hospitality is you not attacking us just because we accidentally entered your home.
You are correct, and we have not.
Nope. You have abided by the rules, and we will, if we find your eggs, we will bring them back, and then we can reciprocitize.
I see. And
And
if you find the thieves responsible,
if we
you
find the
bring
thieves
them
responsible,
here too.
okay. If we find the thieves responsible, and we can confirm that they are the thieves responsible, we can bring them here too.
Yes.
Perhaps we should add a clause that if it comes to bringing back the eggs or the thieves, we should bring back the eggs first.
Oh, eggs should
Because
be
some
priority, right?
eggs should be just sometimes you can snatch it away, but you're not able to attack an enemy camp, that sort of thing. Just eggs
We
first.
have reason to believe perhaps the thieves are still in possession of said egg. If you find the eggs, you will find the thief. Yes?
If we find the eggs, we will find, well, unless the thieves have just hidden the eggs and we find the eggs in their hiding spot, and then we may not know who the thieves are. But we could bring the eggs back to you. That's what I'm going to say is the contract that I will enter into with you is that if we bring the eggs back, you will reciprocitize.
Fine.
Good.
But
It's a deal.
should you also find those thieves, we wish to seek.
Would there
They
be
look.
would there be a bonus?
Yes, bonus for thief.
Fantastic.
That
If
sounds like a
if I
very equitable agreement.
Are you like made of fire? Like if I shake your hand on this, will that like hurt me?
It begins to sort of slither forward in the lava, right up next to you, and you can feel the burning heat from this, even from this distance, only 10 feet away. It does offer its hand, and you see it's dripping with lava.
How about we virtually shake on it? I'll shake like a foot and a half away, and you can be like a foot and a half away, and then we can say that we shook because I think that's gonna kill me if I shake your hand for real, or at least burn my hand off.
It looks over your belongings, and it spies your perhaps your dagger. Yeah, you've got a dagger, haven't you?
You
It
have a
says,
dagger.
draw your dagger, and
Okay.
it lowers its long pole arm towards you, and
I'll draw my dagger. Oh, we're gonna do a little tick, a little tink.
cling. Yeah, they cling the tips of the weapons together, and on both sides, so it's like cling, cling, and
Tick, yeah, tink, tink. Okay.
then they withdraw their weapon. And they sort of turn around. Their body is able to face one direction and slither away, whilst their eyes and head are still focused very much on you. And all the while, you see the little Corrid shaking behind Rodolfo's leg, petrified of this creature. The others are shaking in their backpacks, making sure not to even let out a whimper. But you guys actually passed your stealth check, so congrats on that. They did not notice.
All right. Well, we'll head out of your home here and not bother you anymore. And if we're able to locate the eggs, we will bring them back. I think that's
They
fair,
begin
yeah.
to slowly, like almost melt into the lava, lowering their forms until just the tops of their head, like the frills and eyes, are just watching you, almost like an alligator. And then a couple of bubbles later, and they lower beneath the surface.
All right, everybody, let's head out this way. Arms and hands inside the trolley at all times. I'm gonna wait here until everybody has left the
Okay.
area.
Yeah, I'll need someone to move me.
Okay. You do manage to get all the way out, and there's this sweat on your brow that most of you didn't notice until now that has built up just from the sheer heat down here. You imagine if you just spent more than an hour down here, you'd probably be getting levels of exhaustion, mechanically speaking. Those in armor would even suffer even more, but thankfully it's not all of you. I think Xaxx is in it. Yeah, Xaxx is in armor.
I'm in
It's
armor, yeah.
Okay, do you want to just give
And
me a
I'm in middle armor.
Constitution
Saving throw?
save for me, please? Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm
Hey,
pretty
you're
sure
fine.
I'm in like leather armor.
That's fine. You're not a problem. Yeah,
Yay.
the scales do much work to disperse the heat, and they're very resistant to that normally. Obviously, your scales are more akin to resisting force, but they do seem to do a majority of the job against heat as well. As you get to the long tunnel shaft, you look all the way up, and you spy another turret. Has been guarded. Been posted here to guard the tunnel. And as soon as they spot you, they're like, "Hold on, I'm lowering a rope. Don't pull too hard." And that you see them like uncoiling their hair and lower down a long iron braid. And yeah, you're able to step up onto the rope, and it pulls you up. And one by one, you're heaved out of the oppressive heat and back up to the surface. Yana is
Hello.
there, rushes to the guard. They're back! They're back! Yana rushes over. Did you find them? Did you find our younglings? Please.
Yeah, we found them.
Oh, thank goodness.
We did learn. Have you stolen some eggs from down there?
Stolen? No,
Yeah.
we wouldn't.
Did you take? Do you know of anybody who took any eggs or took something for the creatures down there? Think that somebody about your height took their eggs, and that's why they were upset and maybe took the kids.
Yeah, you can roll an insight check. They seem to have confused expressions. One of them is of very stern concern and looks towards the children. Yana speaks and says, "Chip, Nug, Pebbles, this wasn't you, was it? Did you steal them and hide them somewhere?" And you can tell, Xaxx, they do seem to be oblivious to this until now, of course. And even the children look around like, "No, we promise. We just got lost down there, and then we heard those creatures emerge, and we got scared and hid in the walls. We heard them shouting and spitting. They seemed very upset and angry. I think it was because we soiled their little shrine. We accidentally dropped a load of ash everywhere. When we were exploring, we got covered in it."
That's what it was. Oh man.
"We didn't
Okay.
steal any eggs, we promise." And they seem to be telling the truth, Xaxx. They're pretty honest.
I believe them. Okay.
Would any of the other clans have a reason to take an egg from an elemental snake fire thing? I mean,
I'm thinking. Well, what about maybe like the Brigadoons? Did they take it?
Do they look anything like you guys?
Briganox? The Briganox.
Yeah. Do they? do they look like you or like the same size as you? Maybe they're confused and they're using it to like as tools or something in their machines.
The Briganox are much smaller than us. They carry little picks. They look like half moles, half rats. They're
Um,
despicable
um,
vermin.
how tall are they? Would you say? I'm gonna start from the bottom. Just say when, and I'm
They
gonna sort
are
of work my
small.
way up.
So as you go to work your way up, they're like, no, go down, down, and
Oh,
you actually have to start even smaller than the young Koreds.
oh. So the snake thing definitely thinks that it's you guys then.
Yeah, they described iron hair like yours as well.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Yeah,
unmistakable, isn't it? It must
Is
have
it,
been one of ours. Iron.
it's
why
not.
is there
It's
value
not
to it?
you.
Why would someone take it? Do you eat it? Do you sell it? Do you burn
No,
it?
we don't steal eggs, and
Hmm?
why would
Is
we? That would
one
only
of
upset
is
those creatures.
does
Was
one
this
of
is the
you speak?
question? Why would someone do this?
Like maybe it was a different I don't know what to call it.
Different
A
clan?
different clan? Yeah, like yeah, clan. A different clan, a different group. Yeah.
Wait, you said iron hair.
I think that's what they
Mm.
said.
Oh, is there
And
like a
looking over the Koreds, you see that Argantul kind of has this kind of brownie texture to it. You see Yana of the basalt. Is that kind of like ready brown?
it would be the flint, maybe the flint or the granite?
And you can see Jagu is very kind of grey and white. You see speckles of white in there. Um, iron is like dark metal, and well, there's only one other clan that has the darkest of hair, and that would be the Obsidian clan.
Ooh, they
Oh,
sound evil. Are they evil?
just because they're
Evil?
dark doesn't mean they're
Well,
evil.
It is.
No, just
Also,
the name Obsidian.
No, they're not evil, but
the
they
eggs almost looked like obsidian.
they are a
did.
strong warrior clan, though. And Argantul speaks up, says, "Ah, yes, the Obsidian are our fiercest fighters, but I don't see them stealing things. Well, I can take you to them, but they're
yeah,
usually honorable fighters
Maybe.
let's
and
go.
warriors."
I think let's go check with the obsidian. We
Mhm.
gotta handle
Maybe.
the Brigadukes at some point, but we're like, how far are the obsidians?
Not far from here. I can take you just across the lake and to that other mountainside there.
Let's head towards there then.
Yeah, I
Maybe
think
they had a
I wanna.
reason. Mhm.
Yeah.
Most of the clans are situated not far from the henge. It's a central meeting point, so the
The
other
rock
clans
henge,
are
yeah.
sort of fanned out around that.
Wow.
Hey, why? Can I ask a random question? Like, why the rock henge? Why are they like shaped like that? Like, does it serve a purpose? Like, who built it? Why is it there?
We are, some of us, artisans, workers of the stone. They believe they can pull forth
Oh,
great statues and art, and these structures are sort of a representation of each of our clan's strength and stability.
oh,
Well,
so it's an aesthetic choice.
yes, and
Ah,
they form a sort of castle in of themselves, like a wall to protect each other, and a strong,
or
stable shape
yeah,
was
or
to
a prison
represent
that's
our
really
unity.
easy to. That's also could be just a prison that's really easy to escape from.
No, that prison, that is Motherhorn. I'm
Or a
telling
birthday
you,
cake or something. Okay.
the Brigadog of mine almost looks like a cake.
Yeah, that could be a
Like
birthday.
candles on the top.
Yeah. I like food, so you know. Anyway,
Well, I wouldn't
should
trust
we
any
head?
cake those rats give you. It might be poison.
All the more fun. I've eaten some poison stuff actually. It did some
Okay,
messed
well,
up things to me. You should see these mushrooms I had once. They really would like just knock you out.
Oh, mushrooms. Couple of mushrooms down in these caves if you want. I can show you them.
Ooh, that would
Yeah,
be
they're not-
amazing.
They're dotted about. In any case, Yana says, I can't show you enough appreciation for saving my children, and I let me see. What can I possibly? You said you needed rope, yes?
Well,
Strong, sturdy rope.
what?
I think you.
I mean,
Mhm.
rope is always helpful. However, we were wondering if we could look forward to your help when we head towards the Motherhorn.
Oh, you wish to seek our aid? Well, certainly. I think whilst you were gone, Argental mentioned that she was trying to unite the clans.
Yes.
I will gladly join. If it is Motherhorn you seek to siege, then we will be there.
Yes. Also, considering you live near here, do you know anything about the goats nearby? Like with weird
Goats.
eyes?
Oh, they've been here since as long as I can remember. They are ancient beasts that roam yon, unhindered. Some say that they are able to see the intentions of travelers here. See their true intentions, that sort of thing, you know?
Interesting.
They have.
Are they benevolent? I mean, they spoke to us, but I wasn't sure what purpose.
They've never caused us harm or issue. They have begun dwindling in number, perhaps, since all the foliage has sort of died off and rotted away, or worse, got caught on fire from the lightning strikes. We haven't seen as many of them now, but I'm sure they would wish to see this place returned back to its former glory as much as anyone. They've been here probably the longest, maybe more. But nobody knows really much about them. We don't understand them. They don't talk to us.
They don't talk to you. Oh.
No, they bleat and they bar, but
Mm,
it makes no sense to us. It's goat speak.
right. But they don't seem to be on the side of the bitter end, or they don't seem to be, destructive or dangerous at all, as far as you can tell.
And I definitely haven't seen them on the stage. No.
Well, that's good enough for me.
Yeah, no, I haven't seen those stage hands or performers, but no. Funny you should mention that, though. I have seen some strange creatures make a performance before, but if you could call it that. I mean, we ourselves have a dance, but those peritons have a dance as well of their own.
Pelotons. So those are
Oh.
birds?
Yes, Yana says.
Do you know where we can find them?
I saw them hovering around the flumes, these giant like chimneys. What are they called? Beacons. Yes, that's it.
Beacons?
She sort of leads you out onto the archway of the basalt caves. We'll show you on your way out. Come. And she points over yonder, far to the north, and in this sort of direction, as it happens.
And what sort of... Oh, there. Okay.
Past that mountain ridge, you'll see a series of beacons. We don't venture out that far very often, but I have seen them performing a sort of dance. But that's all I can tell you.
Okay, well that's interesting news. I suppose that helps. Thank you.
And I'll say this as it happens, as you're being directed over in that direction, you do see on the top of one of these beacons there is a trail of smoke. Now, you probably didn't see it from the vantage point you were at earlier. Maybe because you was so high that it kind of blended in with all the dark clouds, but as you trace your eyes down, you can see there's little ambient light coming from the beginning of that smoke. And so I'll reveal that part as well. It's only one of them, though. You only see a singular trail of smoke.
Okay.
But that's far, far off. That's all you see.
Well, at least it gives us something aimed for. Like a
target.
point. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Or we can head towards.
Well, yeah, we can head. We have to take care of the. We have to find the eggs first,
Mm-hmm.
and then we gotta still gotta take care of the Brigadoons, and then we can head that direction maybe.
Briganox.
Sorry.
All right. Okay then. Well, it's up to you guys. Is now a good place to sort of end, or do you?
That does seem a good place to end before we get into anything too much
Yeah.
deeper, from my perspective.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Me too.
Brandee, I think, is distracted, so that maybe we need to
Sounds
have
good.
her.
All right.
Okay.
Perfect. In that case, then, yeah, good job on uniting the Basalt clan. That's 3 out of what 8.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the others, as you can see, they're sort of mini. They're not that long. These little clan uniting, so hopefully you get through them quicker. Good job on also avoiding the combat, which was, I thought in my case, I thought it was going to be inevitable that you fight these things, but sneaking them into your little backpacks like Baby Yoda style, I was like, actually, they actually are small enough to do that. That was quite good thinking.
Yeah. I also
and-
had not healed myself up the entire session, so I was like, I don't want to go into combat with 7 hit points.
No, it's true. He's still reeling from the lightning strike.
Yeah,
No.
that's an intentional decision too.
Okay. Cool.
Mhm.
Well, good job. We'll resume next Sunday. Hopefully everyone's good to go on then, the 15th.
Yeah.
Thanks,
Alright.
everybody.
Should be good. Should be good.
Perfect.
Right.
All right then. So we'll tune out here. See you later.
Bye for now.
Bye.
Adios. Bye bye.